Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, are we speaking today?
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Mr.
Good.
Glover is here with me, so...
It's always good to have good backup.
Indeed.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'll commence with some tender of material. I'm tendering the material from the supplementary tender list, which are the videos that were played in yesterday morning's Bushfire History Project presentation. Those are items 17.11 through to 17.21.
Okay, we'll take videos as marked through there as exhibits.
And I'm informed that those will then be uploaded over time to the website. They're quite large files. I also tender from the amended tender list the material for today. 18.1, the Inspector General for Emergency Management in Victoria. Those are the documents in 18.1, which is 18.1.1 through to 18.1.24. The 18.2, which is the Inspector General Emergency Management Queensland, which are the items 18.2.1 through to 18.2.32.
Okay. We'll take 18.1 through 18.1.1 to 18.1.24 and 18.2.1 through to 18.2.32 as exhibits as marked.
Thank you, Chair. And the final matter is material I referred to yesterday in my opening. This is 18.3. This is additional material. These are the scenarios that have been issued to the states and territories. 18.3.1 is the version that was issued to the ACT, scenario to identify decision making in relation to seeking interstate, Commonwealth and international assistance. And 18.3.2 is the scenario, the same again, but the versions that were otherwise issued to the remaining states.
Okay, and we'll take...
And the Northern Territory.
And Northern Territory. We'll take 18.3.1 and .2 as exhibits as well as marked. Thank you.
And for those who are curious, the reason it's additional, there's a separate one for the ACT, as a separate question was asked in relation to the Jarvis Creek country.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I call Mr Tony Pearce and Mr Alistair Dawson.
Mr Dawson, Mr Pearce, thank you for joining us this morning and this afternoon. We appreciate you giving us the time. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Mr Pearce, will take an affirmation.
That's correct.
Mr Pearce, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr Dawson will take an oath.
Mr Dawson, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr Dawson, you're the Inspector General of Emergency Management in Queensland.
That's correct, Ms Hogan-Doran.
And you prepared a statement for the Commission in response to a notice dated 3 July 2020.
Yes, that's correct.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
Thank you. Mr Pearce, you're the Inspector General for Emergency Management in the state of Victoria.
Yep, that's correct.
And you provided a statement to the Commission in response to a notice. The witness statement is dated 2 July 2020.
I did.
And are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you, gentlemen. I have a large number of topics I want to take you through today. I thought it would be useful for the Commissioners if you could commence by assisting them with an understanding as to the purpose and history of your roles. Both the Queensland and Victorian IGEM, if I may refer to them as that, the IGEM roles and offices were established in about 2014, but as we understand it, for different reasons and with subtle differences in the titles, as we've noticed. What was the purpose of having this kind of role introduced into the emergency management sector, and why did it come about? I might start with you, Mr. Pearce, if I may.
Yes, thank you. As you've identified, the Inspector General for Emergency Management of Victoria, the origins of the position effectively are the product of the outcomes of both the Victorian Bushfire Royal Commission in 2009, or following the 2009 fires, and also the Victorian Flood Review that did a significant review into the emergency management system subsequent to the Royal Commission. Both of those forums identified that there were a number of elements within our system that were missing, if you like, in their view. And one of those in Victoria was the capacity for the emergency management system to have an assurance mechanism sitting across the top of it to ensure that all of the elements of the system are actually functioning in the most effective way possible. As a result of that, the government of the day went through a white paper process to identify not only how could that be addressed, but a whole range of aspects of our emergency management system, looking at the governance arrangements and the structures. And one of the recommendations that came out of that white paper, or one of the decisions rather that came from the white paper, was that there would be an Inspector General for Emergency Management. The objectives of the role in legislation are really quite small in number of words, if you like. They are to provide assurance to government and the community in respect of emergency management in Victoria, and to foster continuous improvement of emergency management in Victoria. Whilst they are small sentences, I guess the reality is that in providing that assurance, what we're really doing in a deeper sense is through our specific assurance activities, we're bringing emergency management sector partners together, which assists to ensure that the silos of the past continue to be further broken down through their participation in our processes. Because one of the issues, again, that was identified both in the Royal Commission and the Flood Review was that the emergency management system in Victoria was very silo-based, and therefore agencies did not work well together. We also enable and promote a culture of learning and improvement within our sector, and I think progressively over the past 6 years, as we have become better embedded in the system and we have worked right across with all of the organisations within the system, that enabling capacity has become stronger and stronger, and I have no doubt in my mind that we actually do have, I think, a significant learning and continuous improvement culture. We also, through our business, encourage a higher level thinking that focuses on the system rather than organisations and individuals. And one of the difficulties, I guess, in conducting our sort of role, particularly in the early days, is trying to both meet your obligations in legislation to actually assure the system, but also to do that in a way that the agencies and departments and the community trust you and want to work with you. And that's been one of the more difficult parts, I guess. And part of the way that we do that is to make sure that we actually do focus on the system, because the reality is, at the end of the day, nobody as an individual goes to work, nor do organisations open the door in the morning with the intent of doing wrong or bad. They're actually there in our sector to try and do the very best they can for communities. So therefore, we focus on what it is that the system does that facilitates decision-making or activity or otherwise by organisations, and then look at how we can improve that. And I think as a result of that, we are seen to be non-adversarial, and yet in being non-adversarial, we're still able to deliver the objectives that we have in legislation. The last two things I'd say about this are that we create an environment where communities who interact with the emergency management system are actually able to comment and participate in providing their experience and making sure that the system and government more broadly actually understands what the impacts of engaging with the emergency management sector actually are on them. And I think that's really, really very critical. In the past, prior to the IGEM, there would have been very, very little opportunity for communities to get involved other than what you would hear in the media or otherwise. But now they are absolutely directly involved, they are engaged, and they contribute. And as a result of that, the final point is, I suppose, that in those two very short sentences, what we are actually doing is providing confidence. We're ensuring that there is a level of confidence within the community and within government that the system actually can function, but that it's always open to identifying how it can do things better if that's at all possible.
Thank you very much, Mr Pearce. You've touched on quite a number of the themes that I propose to take you to in more detail during the course of the day, so I thank you for that helpful overview. If I might just go to Mr Dawson. Mr Dawson, you've been in the role now for not quite as long as Mr Pearce, but of course are well familiar with the role given your past. Nonetheless, could you assist the Commissioners just by explaining the purpose and the history of the role in Queensland?
Thank you very much indeed. The IGEM in Queensland came about as a result of an independent review, which was called the Police and Community Safety Review, which was undertaken by the Queensland Government and publicly released in September 2013. One of the recommendations, or two of the recommendations arising from that review, was about the creation of the role of Inspector General Emergency Management, and this was supported by the government at the time. So the role was first established in 2013. Queensland's first IGEM, which was Inspector General Emergency Management Ian McKenzie, was appointed in December 2013 by the Queensland Government. The role was then formalised as a statutory position in 2014, pursuant to the Disaster Management Act 2003, Section 16 here in Queensland. And at the time of the establishment, the office scanned a number of documents, both from overseas and also internally, including the one from Victoria, which was a white paper. So it looked at the organisations, the standards and the assurance and frameworks. So the office was established to look at and review and assess the effectiveness of disaster management by the state, by the districts and by the local disaster management groups here in the state. So it regularly reviews and assesses the cooperation between entities. It also it looks at opportunities for new partnerships to drive forward and seek continuous improvement, which is again very similar to Victoria. And it also has the authority to make standards and also to review and assess those standards. So again, although agencies were improving, there was a need to improve across the whole system so that the whole system lifts together as one. Everybody in Queensland is deemed to have a responsibility in respect to disaster management, which is locally led and then regionally supported through the districts, then goes back to the state and then on to the Commonwealth. So it's very much a forward-driven component part of how we do our business.
Thank you, Mr Dawson. What I might just do before I pass from this, getting a sense for the Commissioners of your objectives and functions, I might just go back to you, Mr Pearce. There have been a few additions to your functions over the course of recent years, and I just wanted to clarify those to the Commissioners. If we can go to your statement, EMV 0014 001 0698. Might be easiest if the Commissioners can see that and the next page where you set out at paragraph 8 the functions of the IGEM, where you've essentially pulled out some matters, extracted the relevant section into your statement. Thank you, Operator. Paragraph A and B, develop and maintain an assurance framework and undertake system-wide reviews. We'll come back to that. You've already identified them in general in your opening response to my question. But BA and CA, we see monitor and report on implementation of recommendations arising from reviews. That was introduced in 2015. Could you give some insight as to why that introduction was made, and what is the value in having this as a mandated function for the IGEM in Victoria?
Yes, certainly, Ms. Ogundoran. One of the issues within assurance is that it's relatively easy. I say this in a pure way. It's relatively easy to conduct a review, and I take into account everybody's presence, but it's relatively easy to conduct a review and to arrive at recommendations and make the recommendations. That's terrific. It's also quite easy for government to choose or another entity to choose to accept those. However, once they're accepted, the issue that we had in Victoria, and this is not dissimilar to a lot of other jurisdictions, is that it was very difficult to go back to any inquiry or any review and look at past recommendations and categorically identify what had been implemented and what hadn't been implemented and how effective it had been. Now, that's been a problem not only for this country, it's a problem internationally as well, but it was certainly something that was identified here. And it was seen that one of the important functions that would really assist in providing assurance was for the IGEM to be able to not only look at the implementation of recommendations from the inquiries and reviews that we conduct and that are accepted by government, but also those that arise from royal commissions or parliamentary inquiries or judicial inquiries or otherwise that have application to the emergency management system, and then have the IGEM actually put an implementation monitoring process in place to ensure that every single one of those recommendations, once accepted, has been implemented in full and has been acquitted. And very quickly, one of the things that does happen over a period of time, and the Royal Commission in Victoria is a good example, you're looking at 10 years or thereabouts of implementation time for some of those recommendations, 5 or 6 years or more. Things can change, the environment can change, demography, technology, etc., etc. So at times there are occasions where some of the recommendations and the way they're being implemented need to actually change to meet the new environment. And again, it's the function of IGEM to ensure that where that happens, we are satisfied that the evidence exists for the change in the way in which it's to be implemented, and then we monitor the new process or the new recommendation or the new aspect to it.
I'll also take you now to GA, which was introduced in 2014, which specifically calls out an obligation to monitor, review and assess critical infrastructure resilience at a system level. Again, if you could give some insight to the Commissioners as to the introduction of this as a particular aspect of review, noting that critical infrastructure, I'm going to come to the report later on that was done pursuant to this additional function, but noting that critical infrastructure is largely held in private hands, or at least operated by private operators in Victoria and in much of Australia.
That's right. Yes, so the critical infrastructure aspect was always a consideration from IGEM from the very beginning. However, there was a separate, if you like, critical infrastructure process that was running concurrently with our emergency management arrangements and this Act being implemented. That was actually building our capacity in relation to critical infrastructure. There was a critical infrastructure framework being developed and an implementation strategy being implemented. And of course, it took time for those two to be in place. Therefore, there was not a lot of value in having a requirement in legislation for the IGEM to monitor something that actually hadn't yet been established. Mm-hmm. But the intent was that it was to be established, and this function, if you like, was always sitting in abeyance. And once those two processes of the framework and then the implementation strategy were in place, it was then activated, if you like, or enabled in legislation for us to be able to start our process of monitoring from that time on.
I see. Now, the last one I want to bring to the Commissioner's attention is GB, which was introduced in 2018 to monitor, review and assess emergency management planning at a system level. Again, if you could provide some background to that introduction or amendment.
Yes, certainly. So again, the sector had for quite some time been looking at its existing emergency management planning framework, if you like, and the way in which stakeholders, being community, local government and others and other organisations in our sector were actually identified within those structures and how their obligations were clear and at what level planning occurs, for what reason, looking at what hazards, etc. The review of that process, or the reviewing of that process, was ongoing, and again, much in the same way as the critical infrastructure, there was always an intention within our reform, our emergency management reform, that emergency management planning itself would be reformed. It just so happens that this is the period just prior to or leading up to 2018 in which the reform process, if you like, for planning commenced. And therefore, as a result of that, again, this aspect of, or rather this function, was introduced into legislation for us to monitor the emergency management planning at that system level.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pearce. Mr. Dawson, if I might go back to you, and if I'll have your statement drawn up, EMQ 003 001 0034 at 0035, where you set out the functions. You mentioned some in your opening response, such as the function to review and assess cooperation between groups, and also to generally inquire. What is of interest, I think, for the commissioners is that the functions are set out in a different way, in the sense that it identifies reviewing and assessing the effectiveness of disaster management by the state, but also then by district groups and then local groups. May we take it that, in a sense, is because it reflects the way in which the state emergency management is structured in Queensland in the way that you described earlier?
It does. It reflects this locally led, regionally coordinated, state facilitated and then supported by the Commonwealth approach. So there are 77 local disaster management groups in the state, which reflect the council areas. There are 23 disaster district groups, which are reflected and led by the senior officer or police officer within the district, and then they report back to the state level. So when we look at the functions that are placed here in section 16C, it's about this clear understanding of front leads coming back to get support from the districts and more support then from the state. And so it's around, I suppose, being able to manage those risks and those activities that are occurring in front of them, but in the same breath not being alone, and that actually being able to reach back. So the standards that we have reflect this shared responsibility of not only prevention and preparedness, but also response and recovery.
You've got sort of an incidental power at the end to perform functions incidental and make all necessary inquiries to fulfil those functions, which are fairly broad. Would they capture the additions that were I've just raised with Mr. Pearce, that is critical infrastructure resistance, emergency management planning at a system level, and implementation of recommendations from previous reviews?
So yes, from implementation of recommendations from previous reviews, correct. We've also just recently completed a piece of work for government around the Paradise Dam in the Burnett River system, which was looking at community safety to the east of the dam. So we worked we did that piece of work first, and then Justice Byrne undertook a piece of work around the mechanical, the engineering component. So we do have that, but additionally we also include in our reviews for government, the last recommendation is usually that the government considers returning the report to the Inspector General to monitor, evaluate and report on all recommendations accepted in full or in part.
I want to turn now to a related topic about independence. I want to get a sense for the Commissioners, how independent are you in your role from the emergency management sector, and how is your independence guaranteed or at least reinforced? I note that both of you are appointed by the Governor and Council. They are statutory roles. The change, that seems to be a fairly recent change in Victoria, Mr. Pearce, is that right?
That's correct, Ms Argandura, and it occurred actually in line with the legislative amendments you identified for emergency management planning. It occurred in 1st of October 2018.
Right. So they're both appointed by Governor and Council, but you both report to the Minister, but not to Parliament. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right.
That's correct.
Other than reports are tabled in Parliament, but it's not reporting to Parliament.
All right. They are tabled in Parliament. All right.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
How? Just could you explain to the Commissioners? I want to understand that some of the comments that you made, Mr. Pearce, in opening is the need to have trust from those and confidence of those for whom you're providing the assurance framework, which must necessarily involve working quite closely with the emergency management sector. But nonetheless, how do you maintain independence of the sector, given that statutory role?
I guess it's probably reasonable just very quickly to go back and explain why we ended up on the 1st of October with the change in the appointment status. We were almost a great little pilot for if you set up an entity such as ourselves with the intention that it be independent, if you like, to set it up under the Public Administration Act, which was done at the time, which seemed quite reasonable, is not necessarily seen by external parties particularly as being independent or even close to it. And one of the problems that we had leading right up to 2018 was that we were getting involved in more and more complex and sensitive reviews and inquiries of events and making findings that would have, I guess, long-term implications for the sector and for organisations. And there was a question being asked about whether or not, as an office and my position sitting within the Department of Justice and Regulation, as it was at the time, and reporting to a secretary, whether or not the potential then was there for the secretary and the department to influence my thinking and my decision making and then ultimately the recommendations I was making. Whilst that had never happened in the 4 years up to the Governor and Council change of appointment status, the potential clearly was there, and we were getting increasing correspondence and ministers were getting correspondence, etc., to that effect from industrial bodies, from peak bodies and from others who were questioning the independence. As a result of that, the government itself, without any push by me, decided that it was going to change the appointment status to a Governor and Council appointment. And effectively, as you look at the legislation, which I know you have, the only relationship now with the department proper is a resourcing relationship, in that the department is required in legislation to resource me to be able to meet my legislative functions. But other than that, that is the relationship. So I make no reports, I contribute to no discussions around my functions or the outcomes or otherwise into the bureaucracy whatsoever. Mm-hmm. I do report directly to the Minister, obviously. And for everything other than those inquiries or reviews where government itself is requesting me to undertake them, but all of our planned review work, etc., that is all done of our own volition in partnership with the sector, identifying what are the most relevant things that we might look at. The Minister has no say in those, but ultimately the one thing that I can't do is I can't publish any of my reports once they've been completed, whether they be planned review reports or whether they be at request reports. I can't publish those of my own volition. They have to be approved by the Minister for publication. And again, that's a requirement within legislation. And to date, other than the couple that we're still waiting on, all of our reviews have been published, including all of the recommendations, the observations and the findings. As far as the agencies go and the sector goes, again, there was a real perception early days, and because obviously the forward-facing aspect of our emergency management system are the operational agencies, obviously. That very early implementation of our new Emergency Management Act also brought online Emergency Management Victoria and the Emergency Management Commissioner role, which is very well known to everybody in our community. There was also a perception there that the Inspector General for Emergency Management was actually working for and a part of Emergency Management Victoria. So again, a secondary reason as to why the Governor and Council change was made was to actually provide that very clear separation between the two. And that's pretty much the history to that.
All right, thank you. Mr Dawson, what's the position in Queensland?
Well, thank you very much indeed. Well, very, very similar in a way. We are appointed by Governor and Council. Our appointment is actually specified within the Disaster Management Act, and also the reasons for removal of the Inspector General should their need arise. So there is a quite clear separation in that regard. So the agency is not a department, and as such, not being a department, we don't access certain other government documents as well. And we report directly to the Minister for Fire, Emergency Services and the Department of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Partnerships. So, in a way, same as Tony, our DM or disaster management plan assessments and our capability reviews, we negotiate that directly with the local disaster management group or the district disaster management group. So the fourth part to that is we are, as you said, empowered to make inquiries. We also receive submissions from a community. We also conduct telephone surveys, and we're also doing a piece of work at the moment with Griffith University around new and innovative ways of gauging community sentiment. So our focus is on continuous improvement, which was the mandate that was set back when the agency was formed. And fifthly, very similar again to Tony, the publication of our reports that we get, which are reviews that come from government, are passed back to government for their consideration, and either tabling or publication is a matter for the government of the day. We report on what we see and what we find.
Mr Dawson, you were a member of the Queensland Police Service and had attained the rank of Assistant Commissioner prior to your appointment, first as in an acting position in July 2019 and then as the IGEM formally from 6 February of this year. You've got a long background and experience in the Queensland Police Service. How do you bring that experience and qualities to your role, but also then how do you manage the obligation and the advantages of being independent in this role?
So one of the things that the Queensland Police Service has many different aspects to it, and one of those is honesty, integrity, and also understanding that not all aspects of policing should be discussed necessarily with others. So one of the things is it has taught me the discipline around personal integrity and around that compass of understanding what should be independent and what should be discussed. There's also the aspect of when I was relieving in the role, it's a very clear understanding that when we're relieving in the role, that we actually stepped outside of the Queensland Police Service itself. So it's not unusual to have secondments like that from the Queensland Police Service, and to understand that at that particular point in time, if you are seconded, and there are many officers that do get seconded to both the Commonwealth and to other activities, such as the Crime and Corruption Commission, that there are rules that need to be followed. So I think from an independence point of view, I'm very comfortable with that, and I resigned from the Queensland Police Service once I was successful in attaining the role of the Inspector General Emergency Management.
All right, thank you. The role, as you say, of Inspector General of Emergency Management is, of course, not a solitary endeavour in Queensland. You have an office and you have a staff of some 22, including you. And in Victoria, Mr Pearce, you also have a staff of about 31. Each of you divide your offices into three business streams. That they all have different titles, and they seem to reflect perhaps the emphasis in the functions which you've both described. But essentially it seemed that you have essentially a similar kind of support group sitting around you. Is that a fair assessment? I take it you're both really quite familiar with each other's operations, and that's the premise of the question. Perhaps you might just clarify that and then address its substance. I might go to you first, Mr Pearce.
Yes, certainly. Thanks, Ms Hagen-Doran. Yes, we. I guess if you're asking about whether Mr Dawson and I understand each other's businesses and the layouts and the structures and the way we function, then yes, we obviously do. We are, and I guess by necessity, it's probably important that we do understand both having similar roles and being the only two IGEMs, if you like, in Australia. Therefore, it really is important to be able to understand that, not only from a structural sense, but to make sure that your structure really does support the functions that you have. And that goes a little bit to, one of the, I guess everybody's a little bit mercenary to some extent, but it's also going back to that confidence issue again. If we were to have two IGEMs in different parts of the country that, by definition, at times will look at similar types of events, other than the differences of the environment in which those events occur and the differences relating to particular communities and so on, you would expect, I think, as a reasonable person, that when you inquire into those types of matters, you would probably not come up with too dissimilar findings and reasonable recommendations when you looked at that. So obviously we want to make sure that as two officers that we are as contemporary as we can be, that we are, again, across each other's functions and the way we perform those, and that there is to some degree a level of consistency in what we do, being as the obligations are so similar. The office size, as you described here, 31 and myself 32, is broken up into those, effectively the three discipline areas, if you like. But the important part about that is that whilst they are, for structure's sakes, everybody has to be in a box and we do have organisational structures, the reality is that on a day-to-day business as usual function, I guess, the evaluation and review team are doing that and the monitoring teams are doing that and the assurance frameworks teams are doing those sorts of activities. A lot of our work actually requires all of those people to come together to conduct pieces of work, no matter what their background, because there's nothing that we've done, particularly in the requested reviews, if you like, into big events. There's nothing that we've done that doesn't require all of the skills of the office to be brought together. So day to day, business as usual, they are functioning within those team areas under those types of titles. But for a lot of our work, they are effectively working as a team of 31 on some of the larger stuff that we do.
Mr Dawson, I take it that from what Mr Pearce says, that do you agree with what he says in terms of a summary basis?
I do. I mean, we have a staff of 22, so myself and 21. We look at assurance and evaluation, research and engagement, and governance and reporting. But like Mr Pearce, we move our people to pieces of work that are a priority and that need to be done. The other thing to probably bear in mind in this role is we do a lot of qualitative analysis. So it is particular to the role. We're always looking at how do we improve ourselves? How do we look at reducing the burden on the front line? Can we do things in a more efficient and effective way? So we do discuss these things, and what it is, I find, it's very helpful and healthy to create that thinking. But we also have an advisory committee which has a number of agencies represented on that.
Actually,
that
Mr.
also
Dawson,
can help us.
Sorry, I might just interrupt you just so, because I was going to take you to that next, which was your stakeholder engagement framework, because one of those key mechanisms you have established to engage stakeholders is that advisory panel. If the commissioners could be shown paragraph 15 of your statement, which is on 0036 and 0037, you have actually two advisory panels there. One is the IGEM advisory panel and one a research advisory panel, and a number of other groups there identified, by which I take it are assisting your office and you. So there's also the technical working groups, Disaster Management Officers Network, and a research register. It may be a little difficult for you to answer this question, given the more limited time you've had in your role compared to Mr Pearce, but were these established upon startup, or have these evolved over time as the need has become apparent?
So I think I can say with a degree of confidence that when the office was first established, it was done with the support of a group of senior practitioners from across the state, but not only local and state, but also at Commonwealth level as well. So that the actual the framework and the standards that were ultimately developed by my predecessor came from this rich source of knowledge. The interesting thing, and that we highlight here, is that the advisory panel allows us to consult with others so that we maintain our strategic objective, that we can also maintain a good contact with, I suppose, the real world, what's happening in emergency management within the state, and the research committee. We had a mapping exercise that was completed, I think, just before my arrival, and we found a considerable number of different research projects that I think was just under 200 in the state that were actually directed towards emergency management. So one of the things that we've found is our relationship with the universities has proved to be a very fruitful and a rich one for us, because it allows us to look into the future around how we do our work and how we evaluate and how we do this qualitative analysis. And so some of those pieces of work have borne well, and one of those is especially in around the use of big data, and with one of our universities, and that has been exceptionally as beneficial for us.
You do mention there that the focus on seeking to transition to practice the sort of academic insights. Is that something that you have seen? Has that been of use to you in your role already, or is that something that you're just seeking to pursue for the future?
No, it has been of great use to us in our current climate, because historically, where we have done telephone surveys, for example, there are some areas in the state where you cannot do a telephone survey. Mm-hmm. So if you want to survey a community and gauge how they feel, and to try to remove some of the biases that may present through a phone survey, too long, wrong time of day, don't really want to spend 20 minutes on the phone talking to you. We have explored the options around what in essence is community open source data, which is where people communicate, and we get a sense then of, all right, so how does the community feel about this? What's the community feeling about that? And then if certain things occur, can we correlate that back? So we're in the early stages of looking at the correlation of community sentiment and the activities or the responses that we have, because it's such a complex environment. And the use of landlines is slowly but surely fading out at the moment within some of the areas of the state.
Now, Mr. Pearce, have you also got a stakeholder engagement arrangement similar to those of Mr. Dawson in Queensland?
No, Ms. Eugen-Doran, we don't, and we actually, whilst we go, I guess we get the same outcomes, if you like. We go about it in a slightly different way. Certainly, when iGEM was in the development of iGEM, there was an advisory group, if you like, in relation to what an iGEM could potentially look like and how it could benefit the sector if it were to be put in place. But then once the legislation was enacted and the appointment was made, there was no provision for an advisory group. It was discussed. There are a couple of issues that arose in those discussions, some of which go to the issue of independence. Again, there's a perception, there's a delicate balance, if you like, between having an advisory panel that is providing advice versus the potential for an advisory panel to be a voice for those who have a particular view of the world and would like to see that view profit. So therefore,
Mr. Pearce, I was just going to just also mention, to assist the commissioners, unlike you, Mr. Pearce's office has a function which specifically requires him to identify opportunities for cooperative partnerships, which is a slightly different focus to the way in which your functions have been specified by legislation. Is that a fair summary?
No, it has been. 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 It has
Sorry, was that question directed to me?
To you, yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, so yes, absolutely. So, and as I say, the way that we actually go about it is almost as Mr. Dawson's described the outcomes that they achieve through theirs. We do the same thing in part. For example, our planned review process requires that we actually engage with the sector to get their advice and their guidance on those issues that they see as I guess, as deliverers of services that are system level issues that would benefit from our engagement and conducting those sorts of activities. We also, throughout the year, multiple times a year on a planned basis, engage with local government, and we use local government to actually get advice through their community networks as to the types of work that we're doing and the impact of that and the effectiveness of it. And we also use non-government organisations for the same purpose. And then finally, from a research perspective, rather than have a research advisory group or a panel as such, I have two managers in my organisation that come from a very rich research background, who are our members of, for example, the Bushfire and Natural Hazards CRC research advisory panel and so on. So we achieve the same outcomes, if you like, as Mr. Dawson, but we do it in a slightly different way.
And you said, as you said before, Mr. Pearce, your staff is slightly larger than Mr. Dawson's staff. You've got about 10 more, 9 more. And so you've identified that in relation to the research managers. Now, what I want to do now, mindful of the time, is move to, having got this sense and an understanding of the nature of your roles and the resources available to you, is to turn now to the assurance framework. And could I have shown, and we'll start with Victoria, if that's all right, Mr. Dawson. We'll have EMV 0014 0001 0133 shown, which should be the assurance framework for emergency management in Victoria. That's Volume 1, Tab 9, Commissioners. This is the second edition of this document, Mr. Pearce, that's right?
That's correct.
All right, so that's fairly recent, I think. August
Yes, that's
2019.
Right. That's correct.
All right. Could we go to the definition of assurance, just so we have a clarity? Page 0140. In that first section, assurance is a feeling of confidence, and I think both of you said this in your opening responses, is a feeling of confidence by the government, the sector and the community in the ability of the system to achieve intended outcomes. This feeling of confidence should be proportionate to the quality of the assurance provided. I'm going to ask each of you to comment and perhaps expand on that definition. Mr. Pearce, I'll start with you.
Yes, certainly. Thank you. I guess the important part there is probably the second sentence in that paragraph, which is the one about the proportionality of assurance. I think one of the issues with the concept of assurance is that there can be an expectation created in the minds of those who are reading our recommendations and our work that, and also understanding our obligations in legislation, that by the very fact that we conduct the work we do, that once we've done that and we've made some recommendations, those recommendations are then guaranteed to address the issues that we've seen unfold in front of us. That, of course, is not necessarily the case, because the quality of the recommendations or any other processes that arise through assurance activity are only as good as the evidence that you can actually garner to arrive at your decision making. So therefore, whilst we are satisfied that to the best of our intent, our assurance processes allow us to get the best possible information, and it's always supported by evidence, then we use to base our recommendations upon. I guess that second sentence is almost a caveat to say that so long as you have got very good evidence, then you have an ability to provide very good assurance, but it is to some extent, I guess, inhibited by the quality of that evidence.
While we're actually in this document, because Mr. Dawson, I'm going to take you to your equivalent framework and show the commissioners that. If we could go over to figure on page 0143, which is figure 1, the Plan, Do, Check, Act cycle. This depicts a figure that shows how assurance activities, which you've just described to Mr. Pearce, can contribute to continuous improvement. So elsewhere in this document identifies that assurance activities are monitoring, debriefing, reviewing, investigating, auditing and evaluating. And you've both sketched those kinds of activities, identified how they are in your specified in the functions set out in your legislative authority. What I understand from this document, or from this figure, if I'd ask you to clarify it, is does assurance necessarily foster continuous improvement, or is it more a case that assurance activities can but won't necessarily foster continuous improvement?
Ms Hogan-Doran, I would say that if you go through the full cycle and you get to the final part, which is the act, and you actually act and you implement, then at the end of the day, I would almost categorically say that there is an improvement outcome. However, the reason that we have the cycle described in the way it is, and the act part is for that very point. It goes back to the comments I made almost at the start of the hearing today, that you can conduct as many assurance activities as you like and arrive at as many recommendations as you like, but unless you actually commit to implement the recommendations and then monitor both the implementation process but also the effectiveness of those actions once they've been put in place, then you don't necessarily get an improvement outcome. So it is absolutely, in my mind, assured that you will get an improvement outcome so long as you've got evidence-based information going in and you have people who have the expertise then to analyse that and make appropriate recommendations, and you put in place an implementation strategy that you then monitor through to acquittal.
All right. Thank you. There are other parts of that document, but I think it might be of assistance if I go to Mr Dawson, yours. The Queensland Statement, the Emergency Management Assurance Framework. I'll go to EMQ 003 001 0038, which is actually, because it's set out in your statement to begin with, paragraph 20 of your statement. The Emergency Management Assurance Framework developed by the IGEM provides for 3 tiers of assurance activities. So in Queensland there are tier 1, 2, 3, there's different tiers, and it's not presently entirely clear to me to what extent those tiers are related to what Mr Pearce has identified, which is this concept that a feeling of confidence should be proportionate to the quality of the assurance provided. The different types of assurance activities can lead to different levels of assurance being delivered. Mr Dawson, if I might ask you first just to explain the 3 different tiers and what's the purpose of having those 3 different tiers.
Thank you, Ms Hogan-Doran. In essence, it does underpin what Tony has said. We have just laid it out in a slightly different way. Yeah. So a Tier 1 level activity is, in essence, a self-assessment. So it could be a local disaster management group or a district disaster management group doing an assessment of its own plans against the standard and saying, we think we have met the standard. If we were to introduce a second layer, which is a peer review or a review by the IGEM, say, for example, in a disaster management plan assessment, then because it's an external view now of the plan, there's going to be a slightly higher level of confidence or assurance that what has been produced to us is actually in line with a slightly higher level of assurance. Because if what we see is what they have said is lines to the standard, then there is that additional layer. A Tier 3 review is, for example, where we are tasked to do a review of, say, the bushfires in 2019-20, or, for example, the Paradise Dam example. That would be a Tier 3. It's a more searching inquiry. It looks for more evidence. It talks to far more people, and therefore there's a higher level of assurance associated then with the outcome. So again, as I think Tony has explained in a slightly different layout, there are different levels of assurance that can be attained through the amount of inquiry that is given.
want to understand just a couple of aspects of both of your each of your responses. The first is Mr. Dawson identified this issue of self-assurance, that is, the actual entity or agency undertaking a process by which it sets the assurance principles and ultimately the plan, do, check, act cycle against their own internal and external standards. Is that an expectation of the Victorian Emergency Management Framework, Mr. Pearce?
Yes, Ms. Hagendorn, it actually is, and when you read that document cover to cover, and it's a great read, but when you read that document cover to cover, what you'll find is it actually describes it describes assurance in the context of a system. It's not the, if you like, it's not the IGEM's assurance framework. Whilst in legislation we're obviously responsible for the implementation and the maintenance of it. It's actually a framework that is designed in partnership with our sector, and it takes into account that all levels of the system actually have an assurance obligation of their own. And one of the things we were very concerned about, and in fact when you look at that document you'll see it's the only document in our suite on our website that doesn't have the IGEM logo on it. And the reason it doesn't have the logo on it is for a very specific reason, in that assurance is everybody's responsibility, and that framework actually describes, A, that it is everybody's responsibility, but it also then goes to the concepts of assurance, the methodologies and the types of processes you might put in place, and it articulates there is an expectation that at all levels, all organisations and all entities in our sector will conduct their own assurance activities. And it is not an abrogated opportunity for organisations to say, well, the IGEM has a framework, therefore we don't have to worry about it.
Mr. Pearce, since you've goaded me to do so, I'm going to take the Commissioners back to it. EMV 0014 0001 0150, if I may. It's the document from before. And we'll have figure 2 shown, the complementary perspectives from different assurance roles. I think this is what you're referring to, Mr. Pearce, and I note that the assurance framework is required to be approved by the Minister pursuant to Section 65 of the Emergency Management Act. And as you say, it is a broader piece than just a job for the IGEM. So this is that sort of a further version of that circle of a continuous circle of plan, do, check, act, but taking it in on a system-wide basis.
That's correct, yes. So that's effectively in a diagrammatic way showing you exactly what I've just explained. And the important part about the Minister approving the framework, if I just simply present the framework to the Minister and say, well, there's the updated or the refreshed version, and ask for the Minister to approve that, unless she's satisfied that all levels of the emergency management system are actually conducting their own assurance activities to a degree that provides the appropriate level of effect, then she won't approve that framework. So we spend a lot of time working with all of the organisations to satisfy ourselves that they actually have the right processes in place to conduct assurance activities at the level to which they should be doing that.
And I note that you also annexed to your statement at annexes 4 to 7 an annual assurance summary, so a summary document which is a consolidated overview of the assurance activities that you've undertaken over the course of the previous years, and providing a high-level picture of sector performance, risks and progress against the reform agenda. To what extent is that a scorecard for the emergency management sector?
It's not actually a scorecard as such. So the annual assurance summary is not something you'll find in legislation. All of our other activities are there, such as our reviews planned and requested, etc., and our monitoring activities. But as an IGEM, as we became more mature, we started to realise that one of the things that potentially gets lost is the very basis for why we exist and the very basis for why our arrangements are what they are in Victoria at the moment, which was the Bushfire Royal Commission and the Flood Review and a full reform agenda. And it's not necessarily easy to be able to look at a single document and get an understanding of, in a given year, what is the sum of activity that has occurred that you could then relate back to those reform agendas. So we decided that we would actually propose to government that we would develop an assurance summary every year, which is really just a snapshot. It requires no additional effort from the agencies themselves. We have access to all of the data and the information we need, and it gives you a bit of an idea as to what incidents have occurred throughout the year, what risks have exposed themselves, and then what assurance activities have been undertaken as well, and just gives you a bit of, I guess, just a snapshot of, in the previous 12 months, how are we progressing against that reform based on the framework and then the activities that have been undertaken. But it's not a legislative requirement as such. It's a value-add document, if you like.
The other question I have to both of you, so you've both described an obligation and an expectation that particular agencies and entities within the sector will undertake their own self-assurance activities, and that's part of a broader system in which you're providing external assurance. To what extent is there a similarity, and are there dissimilarities with the position of Auditor General that is in each state and is in other states? I'm not sure which one of you want to take that first.
I'll let Mr. Dawson go. I'll just get my breath back.
Mr. Dawson, it's over to you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hogan. Doran. It's interesting, when the office was first established, they actually, the founders of the office looked at, should we be a regulator, should we be a Queensland Audit Office type environment? And the feeling at the time, and it's still the same, is that no, we shouldn't be. One of the things that's interesting here is that we actually are seeking for people to drive continuous improvement within a disaster management environment or emergency management environment that is focused on generating really positive outcomes for the community in which they live. Because again, it is a front to back establishment. If we took a view, this is only one view, but if we took a view that we were going to measure compliance with, say, a particular regulatory space, we would need to be able to enforce that. And I think the question then is that what we are really here to do? Or are we here to drive continuous improvement through, for example, a lessons management framework? You spoke about that before. How do we know people are improving? They participate in exercises no matter where they are. They continue in operations, whether it be a disaster operation or an emergency management response operation. So we've just posted onto our website a lessons management framework which explains how to capture observations, insights, lessons identified, and then how to inculcate those lessons into their day-to-day activities. We're dealing with both people who work in this space in a full-time capacity and those who volunteer in this space. And some of them do a lot of activity in their own time. So I think the question is, we already have the Queensland Audit Office. We already have criminal investigative oversights in the state as well. What we're actually trying to do is take a teams-based approach to driving continuous improvement through encouragement. So if we look at how we did the bushfire review, my predecessor did that in 18-19 and established a number of findings and recommendations.
I will be coming to that, Mr. Dawson, I will be coming to that in quite some detail, but just so that you do know.
So I suppose what we're trying to do is take a more partnership approach, a more conciliatory approach. So if we can envisage emergency management and disasters as a position of a continuous journey of learning. So we have a landscape with many different types of disasters, from bio hazards to human hazards such as COVID, to floods and cyclones and fire, and to name but a few. I think one of the things is that how do you encourage people, because this is what the system is built upon, is people's enthusiasm, and Tony alluded to it earlier in the piece, is we don't think that people wake up in the morning with a view to do a poor job. They always want to do more, and that's one of the things that we've heard constantly. But they want to, I think we want to encourage them to do more. And the encouragement is about actually walking with them and helping them understand the complexities. So when they actually get to the operation, that they actually apply what, in essence, is the best practice they can apply for the conditions in which they find themselves, so that they can learn from that. And I think we see that in other areas as well. We see it in the Civil Aviation Safety Authority, where we encourage people to self-report, and so they can learn by their actions or by their errors, or by their good work. And I think one of the things is a positivity in how we encourage people to succeed.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. Mr. Pearce, what Mr. Dawson was saying in terms of taking contrasting to the position of, for example, the Auditor General, this is one of a role of more of partnership, being more conciliatory, being on a continuous journey of learning. The Auditor General role is more of an external role, and perhaps one that is more driven by outcomes measurement. Is that part of the distinction, Mr. Pearce?
It is to some extent, but it's not dissimilar to Mr. Dawson's discussion there. I think one of the things for at least in Victoria is when the Office of the IGEM is here, hopefully for good, because we think it's a positive delivery mechanism for improvement. So we hope it's here for good. But if that is the case, then recognising that no matter what level of activity you undertake in reviews and evaluations, or whether it's even right up to a formal inquiry, there's always going to be a level of apprehension and trepidation within those organisations and individuals in organisations as to what that actually might mean. We are very concerned to make sure that where possible, our processes are both not adversarial but also not seen to be adversarial, and that there is actually, through experience and past experience of working with us, that organisations and entities actually recognise how we go about doing our business and see that there is a positive benefit both to them as an organisation and also to the community at the end of it. So it's about trying to remove the potential for there to be seen to be an adversarial approach to what we do. Secondly, if you look at independent inquirers, for example, conducting their work in our state, as they are, I guess, one event inquirers, if you like, they often take a slightly more aggressive, in fact, sometimes a very much more aggressive approach to inquiring into something, because once they've completed that work, they walk away, and that's effectively the last time they engage with the sector. We have to find a way to do exactly the same, get the very same outcomes at the end of the day, but do it in a way that when we go back next year and the year after, the organisations are actually comfortable to work with us because they believe that we are looking for a benefit to the community and a benefit to them as organisations, rather than trying to find the guilty, if you like, and that's the approach that we take. And as far as outcome measures go, it's not that dissimilar anyway. I mean, whilst, yes, the Auditor General does take that approach, we are actually looking for outcomes as well. It's important that if we make recommendations, or if there are recommendations from other levels of inquiry that are implemented, that they're actually clear, tangible benefits that can be expressed and identified. Therefore, it's about outcomes delivering on the intent of the initial recommendation.
Mr. Pearce, I might just stay with you for a moment to answer this question, if you can. How is assurance different to accountability?
I don't think. I think accountability is implicit, regardless. I mean, all of our sector partners have a degree of accountability through their own legislation and through the responsibility that they accept in delivering emergency management and community safety services, if you like. So therefore, that level of accountability never goes away. The assurance aspect of it is actually ensuring that many aspects of behaviour are in place, including meeting accountability accountability obligations. And when we conduct an inquiry or a review, for example, it's always a starting point to make sure that you understand what are the actual accountability obligations of any entity that's taken part in an event that we might be inquiring into. And we satisfy ourselves along the journey that they've actually met their accountability obligations as well as done all of the other things that we might look at. So accountability and insurance, I think, are intrinsically linked. They are slightly different things, but they have a very strong relationship.
What about transparency? To what is it similar? Does a similar sort of analysis apply to that? So that is that to the extent that there are obligations of an emergency service agency to be transparent, your assurance activities will identify whether or not that has been done or is being done and how it might be improved.
Yes, certainly. I don't know that. I'm not sure that you'll, if you go through legislation in the emergency management sector, you'll find lots of reference to transparency per se. But
Indeed.
I think there is absolutely there's an implicit expectation from the community's perspective, as well as from in our office, and I'm sure across the agencies as well, that there is an expectation that everybody would actually be transparent in what they do. The good thing about our business, I guess, is that it is reasonably, as far as activities go, we are quite a strong command and control paramilitary type sector, if you like, just by definition of the work that gets done. And therefore, it's there's not a lot gets hidden in relation to what we do. It is all documented, its processes, procedures, its policy, etc., etc. So the transparency is there. I get no different to anyone else. You could try, if you wanted to conceal your lack of delivery from a transparency perspective, but I'm satisfied that our processes would sort that out and find that. So therefore, I don't think it's an issue, and transparency is important.
So when you say our processes, that's the processes of the Inspector General of Emergency Management.
Both the Inspector General for Emergency Management, but also within organisations themselves, they would become aware, unless they were taking an organisational decision to deliberately not be transparent, which I doubt would ever happen. But if that were the case, the organisation's own processes would identify that, and not only that, our process above that would then pick it up as well.
All right. But do you think that having the external assurance body can reinforce those obligations of transparency? Being compliant?
Absolutely. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes, absolutely it can. And I think the most important part of transparency from the IGEM's perspective is the ability for all of our reports to be published, and everything that sits behind them is, unless it's actually confidential, it is available to those who make the right applications to get access to our data and so on, unless there is a confidentiality reason as to why it can't be provided. So even the process itself is fully transparent, and the outcomes of the process are fully transparent, and that is really important.
Mr. Dawson, I want to go to you now and consider your accountabilities in practice fact sheets. But just before I do that, just a small point of clarification. The Queensland IGEM Act, like the broader framework, uses language of disaster, not emergency, whereas the Victorian IGEM Act speaks of emergency, not disaster. Does anything turn on that, do you think?
Not a great deal, because the title or the role to which I've been appointed is Inspector General Emergency Management. So in my mind, whether it be a disaster or an emergency, invariably the two are somewhat connected.
Now, the Accountabilities in Practice fact sheets is a recent initiative of your office. We'll just have them brought up. They are at paragraph 57 of your statement. Through to 62, there are 14 fact sheets. This project is described as being undertaken to assist disaster management practitioners in applying the standard when reviewing and assessing their disaster management arrangements and plans. So, as I understand it, what this initiative is doing is taking perhaps one step further, and in relation to the accountability obligations, the obligation of self-assurance. Is that right, Mr. Dawson?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, when we look at the Emergency Management Assurance Framework and then we look at the standard, one of the things to try to help people in remote and rural Queensland, for want of a better term, the state's about 2 million square kilometres, it allows them to go, well, what do they mean by this? And they can look at that particular fact sheet and they can get a bit more clarity on that. They can also talk to their disaster or the district disaster management groups as well to seek that assurance. But it's just a way of trying to provide someone with a step to look at that and say, how do we do that? So in the new or in the incoming framework and standard, we've actually separated the Emergency Management Assurance Framework and the standard into two separate documents from the original one. And we've also made some other small tweaks to the document so that there's a greater level of understanding. Now, those fact sheets, 14 fact sheets, will be reviewed and placed on the back of that. So it's a tool to help understand and a tool to guide in that particular space.
And that tool to understand and tool to guide, having looked through them, and I'm going to take the commissioners to a couple of them in particular in a moment, but having looked through them, they seem to be of a kind that could be used by emergency services agencies throughout the country, not just limited to Queensland. Is that right?
Potentially, they could be used by anybody. We are very much in the era of co. So in the era of co, we co-develop, co-design, co-deliver, collaborate, cooperate. So we wouldn't look upon that as something that's solely belonging to us. And I think one of the things out of this, and that whether it be in search and rescue, emergency management, disaster management, is if you can take documents like those documents and look at your own set of circumstances and say, well, do they apply here? What changes do I need to make to those to see if they will help me? Can I change them completely and use that framework? Look, I think that's quite acceptable, and I think if it goes to improving the system, if it goes to improving the safety of life and property and the environment, I think that's a wonderful thing. And I think that's something that has, I think, people within the state have benefited from. But I'd also just like to pick up on a point that Tony mentioned, and it's that systems-based approach. So if you are in the Gulf of Carpentaria, your risks might be slightly different than if you lived on the Gold Coast, and would probably be slightly different if you lived at Camberwell. So I point that out is because this is about trying to support the system for improvement. And I'm sure that there are some groups that probably look at those and think, no, we pretty well understand what we've got to do. That's fine. But there'll be other people that will look at that and think, that's really good, and I would like to rely on that. And I think that's a wonderful thing.
And of course, in Queensland, the arrangement means it's not just the state emergency agencies, but it's the district and the local government areas that have, as you've said before, are part of that shared responsibility for disaster management across the system.
That's correct. They build the strength of the system. So the system, as it engages at a local level, knows that it has support from the district. The district knows that it can get support from the state, and the state knows that it can lean back onto the Commonwealth also for assistance in this space. So the interesting thing about the Queensland system, there are two other aspects, and I understand that you'll be talking to one of my colleagues in the next couple of days from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and I think that's an important, a very important part of our system. And the other role is that of the State Disaster Coordinator, and how that role interfaces in the system and actually supports, I suppose, shows what, in essence, is this locally driven approach to make sure that during times of crisis that we bring to bear all the resources that we can bring to bear within the state to support the front.
Commissioners, I'm looking at the time. Are there any of these particular fact sheets you'd like me to take Mr. Dawson to?
No, not at the moment, unless you want to take us on a journey, as I know you do.
Just one moment. I think I might move on. I think given the time, I might move on. Are there similar kinds of sort of resources planned in Victoria, Mr. Pearce?
Ms. Hagan-Doran, one of the differences between the Queensland IGEM and the Victorian IGEM is that in Victoria we don't set standards, so and it's a very deliberate reason for not doing that. It's one of the few differences, I guess, between our two jurisdictions. But Emergency Management Victoria, who I believe you've spoken to already and possibly again in the coming weeks, but Emergency Management Victoria and the Emergency Management Commissioner is responsible for the development of standards in Victoria. And the reason that we don't do it is that it can be, in my mind, there can be some complexity around establishing standards that you then monitor performance against. We find that it's actually probably better that the sector, who are the contemporary experts day to day in all of their business, identify the appropriate standards that they should be performing to and delivering, and that they monitor their performance against those on a day-to-day basis. Because inherently within every activity that we undertake, we will go for their performance anyway, and we will look at the standards that they've actually agreed to and that they've endorsed within the state, and we will assess their performance against them regardless. So therefore, it's easier for the sector itself to identify what are the appropriate standards and then to deliver against those, and we then monitor performance against those in a very broad sense right across the board.
I can have the Commissioners taken to it, but in Volume 4, Tab 24 is the Lessons Management Handbook from the Australian Institute for Disaster Resilience, and in Volume 1, Tab 8 is the Queensland's new Disaster Management Lessons Management Framework, which there's obviously some overlap between those two documents and the matters that they are both addressing. What is in the handbook, the Australian Institute for Disaster Resilience Handbook, is a description of, and I have it brought up, EMQ 001 001 0114. I think that's going to be the right page. It may not be the right page. If we can go over to box 1.2, I want to identify and have you comment on, there's a recurring theme throughout this inquiry, and indeed it seems through many, many inquiries stretching back many, many years in Australia, that the problems appear to be wicked problems that are being addressed, recurring problems that are experienced, which are complex issues that go beyond the capability of any one organisation to understand and resolve. And there's often disagreement about the causes of the problems and the best way to tackle them. I want to come to how it suggests here how wicked problems can be addressed, but are wicked problems essentially your stock in trade, Mr. Pearce, and you, Mr. Dawson?
Ms. Hagan-Doran, I guess if you wanted to use one way of describing our business, you could say yes, that's the case. The concept of wicked problems is reasonably accurate, and I guess what they're saying is that, yes, everything is complex, and it is, and in order to address complexity, then you can guarantee that you need to use a whole raft of different solutions to be able to do that. I think that's probably a pretty good descriptor. The only problem I have with using terminology like wicked problems is that at times it elevates the complexity of things to a level that it maybe actually doesn't need to reach. Yes. And people at times can, in their own minds, almost come from a position of this is too hard. So I think whilst the principles that are being expressed within this box are reasonably accurate, I'm not so sure that the way that it's described in there is one that I would use too frequently, because you then potentially create a perception of difficulty that is unreasonable.
I understand. Mr Dawson, the second part of the box says wicked problems require innovative, comprehensive solutions that can be modified in the light of experience and on-the-ground feedback. You've already mentioned a number of elements that are part of the Queensland arrangements where you're having feedback and community feedback and taking a comprehensive whole of system, whole of government approach to disaster management. And accepting what Mr Pearce says about the limitations of using this prism of wicked problems. To what extent is this kind of analysis used by you, or like Mr Pearce, do you think that it just causes more, it creates an ability to essentially to cop out?
I think it's I don't disagree with what Tony has said. We've based our lessons management plan or framework, on some of the work that's been done by AIDR, and it's been very valuable work as well. I think it's about understanding the difference between what is a wicked problem, a complex problem, and just one that is hard to solve. And I think if memory serves me rightly, in the academic studies that I've done, a wicked problem is something that is probably not going to be solved very quickly. It requires multiple types of approaches to trying to solve it. And if I was looking at it from an emergency management context, it would probably frame it on an international scale of a disaster within a disaster. So where you have some very significant challenges already, and they're then compounded by other very significant challenges. And I just think of a couple in my head. I think one of the things is about trying to describe the problem is the first thing is to understand what is the cause of the problem. And if we go back to what the causal factors are, we'll probably find that some of them are really quite hard to solve. But we've got to keep working away at them in an emergency management or disaster management sense, because some challenges or problems do take a little bit longer to solve than others, and they just require probably a bit more thought or a bit more space. So some of those really complex issues can be moved up through a response environment. They can be parked with others that sole focuses on trying to solve a particular problem. If it is a problem that you wish to solve straight away, or is it a problem that you want to learn from or analyse for the future? And I think there's two things there. But I do agree with Tony. I think sometimes wicked and complex are interchangeable, and they don't truly describe the nub of the problem.
Thank you. That's a helpful insight for us, Mr Dawson and Mr Pearce. What I want to do, just to give you a sense of where I'm proposing to go, because I'm conscious that we may not complete before lunchtime, what I want to do is take Mr Pearce through three of the reports from last year that were published: the Organisational Relationship Structures, the High Risk Communities Report, and the Critical Infrastructure Resilience Arrangements Report. I only want to sort of take you through a couple of quick points in relation to those. Then, Mr Dawson, I want to identify for the Commissioner some of the recent reports that have been done by your office, some of which you've mentioned, but then I want to look at the Cyclone Debbie review. And then I want to take you both to cross-border and interstate issues, and then the bushfires review and your future work plan. We have allowed additional time. We'll see how we track. Looking at some of your previous reviews, Mr Pearce, and just trying to understand how they came about, these look like complex problems that have been addressed, and I deliberately use that word complex and not wicked. Complex problems. The first of the Organisational Relationship Structures review, which is in tab 22, EMV 001400010523. This report was a review of connecting and collaborating with the private sector and community organisations. And in the course of the review, it identifies the different types of relationship structures and different types of collaborations and the collaboration spectrum. And one of the case studies that you used on collaboration in mitigation and resilience building at page 552 is the Phoenix Rapid Fire project. I'll just have that brought up. Just the top section of the page, so the commissioners can see that. Now that's just one of the examples or one of the case studies that you did in the course of that review, Mr. Pearce. If you could, if it's possible, to summarise what was the point of doing a review like this, and what was learned through the process?
Yes, certainly. Whilst the example that you've pulled up there is actually an emergency management example, if you like, from the development of a tool and a process, the rationale for conducting this review was actually far broader than just might be presented here. We know from past experience in emergencies that the private sector and community organisations are not necessarily, or have not necessarily in the past, been well engaged with the emergency management sector. And yet the capacity and capability of those areas to actually assist communities in emergencies is very, very significant. And the purpose of the review, in effect, was to actually do an analysis of what level of engagement is actually currently being conducted out there between emergency management organisations, governments and the sector, with these private industry partners and so on, and is it something that is delivering a benefit to communities? Is it something where the capacity and capability within those types of organisations is being properly identified and then being effectively utilised? And are they in effect a partner, if you like, with the emergency management system that then is able to be brought to bear when things go wrong? And I think, whilst we identified some good examples of collaboration and so on, overall, it would be reasonable to say that governments, plural, and across the country and internationally, I might add, are not necessarily well placed in the development of their relationships with the private sector and private sector organisations, nor are they able in a planned and structured way to be able to draw down on the capacity and capability that exists. So we were trying to, in effect, identify where some of the shortcomings are, but also provide some examples of where the system has actually engaged well, and then show some of the benefits that have actually come from that. So, and there's a lot of work I might add going on.
No, that's all right. So one of the things that you mentioned is that elsewhere in the report, and as you say, this is quite a narrow example, the Phoenix Rapid Fire one. If I might go to 556, where you take a broader sort of cross-sector organisational relationships during response and recovery efforts, and you pick up here some of the work done at relief centres with the collaborations with the Australian Red Cross, and you go on to identify some other good private sector collaborations, such as the Good Shepherd Microfinance and Suncorp project. One of the things I thought was of interest to the commissioners was that you identify in this report that there are some barriers to effective collaboration, one of which is that there may be distrust, and there may be a lack of appreciation of the other collaborators' work. Is that the kind of the gist of what you identified, Mr. Pearce?
Yeah, that certainly is part of it. And there are, as in anything, there are always inhibitors to being able to get the best benefit out of any engagement. And some of those, as you described, there are some of them. But I think in regard to the types of organisations you're talking about here, and as you have displayed on there, these organisations and the collaboration with them, as in a lot of other jurisdictions, these are the types of organisations that probably have had the longest standing engagement with our sector throughout the journey, if you like, and are reasonably well versed and well integrated to some extent. But even then, there are still there is still a capacity there to misunderstand what is available, to misinterpret how best to communicate to get the best out of the relationship, and also then to be perceived to be undervaluing and underestimating what it is that they can bring to the table, if you like. If you then go into the private business sector, that gets even worse.
And it appeared from having reviewed the report that partly what you are doing is just sort of naming and identifying those factors so that those that are participating, say, from the government side and also from the non-government side, each identify that this is a potential barrier, and then by at least acknowledging the existence of that, then seek to work and modify the way in which they'll collaborate in order to make a better outcome.
That's correct, and we would expect, because we've actually engaged. We don't just show a photograph of Red Cross, for example. They are a participant through that review. So therefore, because we've engaged with those parties and also with the emergency management organisations themselves, then the expectation we would have is that as those things are identified, they then naturally start to consider them as part of their normal thinking when they're going through the process, and start to look at ways to actually try and reduce the impact of those potential issues.
Right, so that was published in June 2019. The next one I want to take you to is the one that was published in October 2019, which was your report on high-risk communities, another system-wide report, tab 20 in your volume, Commissioners, EMV 001400010354. I think this is the executive summary we've been taken to, it looks like. Yes, it has. Was the trigger for this, I know you had some stakeholder feedback, but was the trigger for this review the Grenfell Tower fire, which was a high-risk community in the UK that experienced a devastating emergency? Mr. Pearce?
No, sorry, it wasn't. Sorry, no, it wasn't actually a trigger as such, but because of the timing, obviously it was a consideration.
Yes.
But I think it would be reasonable to say that, again, in most jurisdictions, and I know from my own experience from engaging with international organisations, that vulnerable communities and high-risk communities are not necessarily well considered. To the extent, I think people would say, well, people with language difficulties or languages other than English are well recognised, and people who require, oxygen on a day-to-day basis, for example, are probably well recognised and identified within their communities and in some planning processes. But for us, we were concerned that it actually goes far deeper than that. It's not just the obvious things that may mean that a community or groups are high risk. So therefore, what we were trying to do through this review, as I said, it was just purely good timing, if you like, in relation to Grenfell, was identify the breadth and depth of the issue and call out some of those deeper environments in which communities might be considered to be high risk, and have the sector then consider how they are actually performing with regard to identifying those and then catering for as best they can to support those organisations, recognising that what we don't recommend is that everything gets done to and for everybody, but it's about, if you don't know who the high risk communities are in the real sense of high risk in the way it's described in this report, it's very difficult to plan your response to them and with them, taking into account those potential implications.
And I'm just going to take the Commissioners to a couple of points in this report. Just that last paragraph we can see presently on the page, the one you just had there, Operator. The review highlights... No, just one moment. I'll just wait till the operator's able to bring back the page we had. It was 0354, and it was, if we can go down to the next section, Victorian context, and back to the paragraph that says, this review highlights, thank you, Operator, this review highlights the range of social vulnerabilities that intersect the different hazard landscapes of metropolitan, peri-urban and rural Victorian landscapes. Relevant social considerations include physical and cognitive impairments, social connection, local knowledge of hazard risk, and language and cultural differences. So as you say, Mr. Pearce, there's a range of different factors, not just English as a second language, that is a social vulnerability and puts people into a high risk category as a member of a broader community.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, and I guess the point that the report's making is that unless you actually do the right level of analysis and properly identify what high risk is in the context of the way we've described it in this report, then you're going to inevitably have groups that fall through the cracks in these types of events, and I think Grenfell is a good example of how that can happen. And of course, our environment in Victoria is no different. With the types of apartment blocks and so on that we have here, even if you only used Grenfell as an example.
You made a finding, it's at 0356 over to 0367, that there's no common understanding or comprehensive definition of high-risk communities and individuals in the Victorian emergency management sector. That's at the bottom of the page. Is that an observation you would apply to the extent you have the knowledge, to other states and territories across the Commonwealth's emergency sectors?
Look, I think it would be pure speculation on my part to try and comment on their behalves. But I would say, certainly from my experience, that it would not. I would suspect it would not be an uncommon finding if someone else were to conduct the same review in the same way that we did. I think a lot of jurisdictions would find similar. So yes, that's not to say there's a that I'm speaking on their behalf, if you like.
I appreciate the limitations. We could go over to the finding.
Can you,
Yes.
just before you jump, just go back one.
Yes.
Has Mr. Pearce got a comment on the observation? Actually, it's just above that observation one. It'd be worthwhile while we're on that page.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please. Thanks.
The observation there, I'll just have it recorded for the transcript, Mr. Pearce, that the Inspector General for Emergency Management observed that concerns surrounding privacy, data quality and data entry are all potential considerations for limiting the sector's access to sensitive information. There is scope for improved cross-sector clarity, centralisation, coordination and sharing of intelligence to support decisions at all levels of government and across all hazards. This will also support the development of leading practice system level and place-based intelligence of Victoria's high-risk communities.
Yes, sorry. So if my comment to that would be that that was an accurate observation at the time, and to some extent there is a continuation of that depending on what events you look at. I think it's, and I'm sure this is the same across the country, and again, I know it's the same internationally because I've spoken to organisations about it, but the degree of privacy requirements and legislation and the different laws that apply to different sectors and so on, and regulation is such that at times I think our sector or parts of our sector err on the side of caution from their perspective, and they err to the extent that you actually limit your own capacity to provide information. And in fact, in one of our, and I just honestly can't remember at the top of my head at the moment which one it was, but one of the reviews that we did into a particular event revealed that had been a problem, and yet when we actually did the analysis of the legislation and we got the legal advice to support our finding, we found that in that particular case there actually was little reason to inhibit providing information on that day about that particular event. So I think what this is saying is there are a lot of encumbrances in regards to legislation and regulation regarding privacy that are obviously all there for the right reasons, but the way you interpret them and the way you apply your thinking to those at times can encumber the way in which you share your information. And I think probably we think that there's some work that needs to be done on that, which is ongoing as I understand, but it's one of those, if you wanted to put it in the wicket basket, it probably is one of the wicket ones.
And is part of that a lack of understanding, Mr. Pearce, amongst emergency management and others participating, particularly in the relief and recovery phase from emergencies and disasters, that there are exemptions in these privacy obligations and privacy requirements?
I'm not sure. No, I wouldn't say it's a lack of understanding. I think it's probably. Well, certainly not by the organisations. It wouldn't be a lack of understanding, no. But I think individually, if you're in the heat of something extremely critical that's going on around you, and you are questioning yourself about can I actually reveal this or not, and am I going to be doing something that's potentially going to create an unintended consequence to the person who I'm providing information on that outweighs the benefit of providing the information, then I think that's the degree of lack of understanding that occurs. But there's also, I think, a broader piece of work to be done, that not only in Victoria, that says what is the intent of all of the legislation, the regulation that exists, and where are there opportunities for that intent still to be met, but recognise that there is a need for information to be shared. And I think that's the question that has to be asked and answered. It's not so much about all of the individual bits themselves, but it's a higher order question.
Commissioner Bennett, did you have a follow-up?
No, I was just going to make the observation perhaps that was something that could be the subject of one of Mr Dawson's fact sheets that could be helpfully sent out to various organisations concerned.
The just on the next page, I'll just capture the findings of the high-risk communities report. Findings 5 and 9, I thought might bore identifying, having regard to what Mr Dawson was saying earlier about collaboration and your earlier report on organisational relationships. This is looking at improving collaboration between community service organisations and the emergency management sector to further strengthen current planning and response arrangements for high-risk individuals and communities. A finding like that, what happens with a finding like that in a report like this, Mr Pearce?
I guess one of the issues with conducting these reports is that if you're not careful, you turn everything into a specific recommendation. We try, where possible, to produce findings and also describe our observations to allow the sector to recognise that they are effectively points of contention or points of issue that need some consideration, that won't necessarily at this time have a recommendation directed from our perspective, but they identify other areas that the sector or whoever we're inquiring into needs to take consideration of. So when these occur, we know through going back and working with the organisations on the implementation of specific recommendations and then talking to them about the findings and the observations as we go through, we know that they actually address them in that way and look at how they can address the issues that have been identified in them in that way as well. So they don't necessarily, they are not a recommendation as such, but they are certainly a direction and a bit of a pointer, if you like, to another area that needs to be considered. And it's also a flag to those parties that we don't forget the findings and the observations. At the if you like, the mercy of having a recommendation made, we will still be wanting to see how these findings and observations have been considered.
So that's an interesting observation, Mr Pearce, because the next finding I was going to take you to, and then the recommendation that you fashioned from that, you identify in finding 9 that there's a current lack. I'll just wait until Mr Pearce can see me. All right.
Yes. Sorry, no, I can't see you, Ms. Agandoran. No.
That's all right.
I can see the commissioners.
Yes, I don't know. There we go.
There you are.
I'm back. Finding 9 makes a finding about a current lack of clarity within the emergency management sector around the respective roles of the Emergency Management Victoria and the Department of Health and Human Services with regard to high-risk communities. What you then go on to recommend is, on recommendation 1, is that the Department of Health lead the development of an agreed definition of high-risk communities and individuals. Is that an example of you saying, well, I can make a series of recommendations, but really what I need to do is make a series of findings and then targeted recommendations that are ones that are capable, that are practical and that can be implemented in a defined way?
Yes, absolutely, and that's almost a good summary of exactly what how they are presented, if you like, and the expectation that surrounds them, and the observations particularly are findings will generally in some way inform a recommendation that you'll find in there, but the observations are more, if you like, almost pseudo recommendations in their own right. If you read the issue of the observation, then you can usually, I would expect, identify a way in which you might address what has been observed.
The other recommendation 3, I'll get it on 0359 operator to assist you. You also make a recommendation here that at this time the Emergency Management Victoria, in consultation with community service organisations, led the development and implementation of a plan to integrate sector-wide place-based and system-level intelligence relevant to high-risk communities and individuals to support effective emergency management decisions across all phases of emergencies. Now, that's recommendation 3 in the middle of the page, operator. I just want to ask a couple of questions about this recommendation. The first is, again, what you've done is identify what is the body that needs to take the action, how they make a recommendation as to how they might go about that. That is, you're recommending that they do it in consultation, identifying that they take the lead, then the various matters that identify issues that were raised in your findings, and then a way to further operationalise that by having a working group with us and establishing it within the existing emergency management sector arrangements. Is that what's the value in doing all of that in the way that one fashions a recommendation for implementation?
Some of our recommendations will be very, very high level to the extent that we won't be prescriptive at all in aspects of them. There are others, though, where we recognise, because of the way in which the sector is structured, if you like, and the way that the governance structures operate, that it helps to be a little more pointed in trying to identify which elements of the governance arrangements actually should take responsibility for which aspects of the outcome that we're trying to achieve through the recommendation. So in this case, that's exactly what we've done, because we're talking about organisations, we're talking about committees, and then we're talking about consultative processes, and we thought it important to make sure that all of those were covered off in the rec, because we believe if they are, then the outcome that we're trying to achieve will be delivered. And with regard to that, I was just actually having a look to see what the status of that is, because we review all of these recommendations and progress on them annually, and they're currently ongoing, but the work is progressing to actually address these issues.
You've actually anticipated my next question, which was, how do you track? You don't have a time frame in this recommendation.
No.
Would you ordinarily add in a time frame, or would it be one that might be negotiated with the relevant agency as part?
It would be unusual. Sorry, had you finished?
As part of your ongoing monitoring process.
Yeah. So we have an ongoing monitoring process of the recommendations, specific monitoring of the implementation of all of our recommendations that we've made, and we produce a summary of that each year, so as we have a good sense for where they're all going. It would be unusual to put a time frame on something specifically, because at the end of the day, whilst we have the capacity to identify the issue and also a way to describe what a solution might look like, we don't have the in-depth understanding of the constraints that apply to each or all of the entities that are involved in the delivery of that recommendation. So therefore, we wouldn't specify a time frame, but we also have a very good understanding on each of the things that we produce on what is reasonable and what isn't. And in fact, just recently, we've gone back to an organisation where we had accepted slippage in the times and the commitments they'd given us on a recommendation. And when we went back the second time, said to them, unfortunately, that is unreasonable, and therefore you now need to do something by a certain period. Otherwise, that's going to create a problem in the way we report. So we do agree with the sector as to what the appropriate timeframes are. But if we think someone, if you like, is having a lend of us and trying to extend something to an unreasonable period, then we would absolutely call that out, and it wouldn't be accepted.
And to what extent do you consult on your proposed recommendations in advance of them being published, or in advance of them being submitted to the Minister?
Right. So our observations and findings are always seen by all agencies. Mm-hmm. It depends at the end of the day as to what the issue is, as to whether or not the recommendations are provided, and sometimes that's simply because we don't arrive at the recommendations almost until the very last minute, if you like, because of the evidence gathering and then the consultation on our observations and findings, and also ensuring that the context of the actual detail in the report is accurate. It's then that we put the recommendations together. In the planned reviews, usually the recommendations will be seen by the organisations before the event, but in the reactive reviews that are more inquiry-based, if you like, to a particular emergency that's been undertaken, it's really my decision as to whether or not those recommendations themselves are seen.
Right.
The reason for that, at the end of the day, is the benefit in seeing a recommendation is really that you get a bit of a head start on what it is that we might be going to say, and you might want to think about how you're going to respond to it. And that is obviously of value, but we don't want to, for 1 minute, suggest to organisations that they have any capacity to influence the recommendation. They certainly have a capacity to comment on the finding and the observation if they think it's inaccurate, and they can provide evidence to that basis. But the recommendation is that. It's a recommendation, and it's our recommendation.
I'll just pause and ask Mr Dawson, is that a similar methodology that you have in Queensland? That is, that you might consult on aspects of a draft report but not on the recommendations if it's a reactive report as opposed to a planned review?
Yeah, so if we're tasked by government to do a review, we will draft the report. It's very similar to what Tony has said, is that there are sometimes cases where you may wish to flag with the entities what the recommendation is going to be, because sometimes you do find there are other recommendations within that agency that we're not aware about that actually may align and help inform them that this is probably a little bit wider, or it might have been work that's already been done and we were not aware of. But very similar to Tony in that regard, once that report is done, away it goes. In other cases, such as capability reviews and the disaster management plan assessments, then what we do is we actually work with those entities. We look at where they've been, so our observations and our findings, and then work with them around what that construct of the betterment report, for want of a better term, is going to look like, so that it's all scalable, it's relevant, and we know that we're targeting, I suppose, what is the area that needs to be targeted.
I'll just finish, if I may, this topic with you, Mr. Pearce, before the lunch break, so that, because after lunch, Mr. Dawson, I've got to take you to the Cyclone Debbie review and the bushfires review, and I'll have a couple of things to go to Mr. Pearce in the course of that, but it will be mostly with you, Mr. Dawson. Just on the final piece of work that was published in November 2019, Mr. Pearce. This is the Critical Infrastructure Resilience Arrangements. That's at tab 25 of your bundle, Commissioners. It's RCN 900 056 0001. This report is actually dated 2018. Is this an example of one where you can't publish it until such time as it's essentially been provided to the Minister and any consultation that's going to be done on that, and then it will be published?
I'm sorry, Ms Hagen-Doran, all I can see is a cover with IGEM on it. I can't see any report title or otherwise.
Next page. Operator. So it's I can't see on this version that's displayed the code page, the coding at the top of the display. That's all right. Should be 0002. All right, well, that's not working. So what I'll just do is we'll put that proposition to one side. You can probably assist us by your recollection, Mr. Pearce.
Sorry, I was going to say what I might do is I might take that on notice, and I'm happy to respond after the lunch break if you like.
That's all right, thank you. Just in summary, this report, if we can go to 0006, operator, if you're able to do that, the executive summary there, it identifies that the primary responsibility for critical infrastructure resilience rests with the private sector. I think we're going to try a different way to display it. There we go.
I can see that.
You can see some of it now.
Okay.
Would you have been able to do this report before that amendment was made to your functions, as I identified at the commencement of the examination?
I think it's fair to say that whilst we would have been able to engage with all of the parties and come up with something. There's no doubt having the legislative capacity to conduct that activity gives us far greater reach and depth. And as you can imagine, one of the problems in the critical infrastructure space is, as you said, that it's private operators and private entities that are operating and providing the service. But it's also a very competition-rich environment, and there are commercial considerations and a lot of other considerations as well that we quite rightly accept as being an issue for the sector in revealing to us. So we've had to spend a lot of time working with the critical infrastructure, different sectors of the critical infrastructure environment, to get an understanding and an acceptance of the way in which we will safeguard that confidential and sensitive information before we could actually get to this stage. So I'd suggest without the legislation, it probably would have been almost impossible to do that prior. But now that we have that, then we certainly have a good relationship with critical infrastructure sectors and also the government forums that coordinate that activity, and we get all of the information we need, including the sensitive stuff that we only obviously refer to what's in it for our own purposes, and then it isn't revealed, but we have access to it.
The just in the middle of the page there, it's referring to the Critical Infrastructure Resilience Strategy, which notes that while primary responsibilities for critical infrastructure resilience rests with infrastructure owners and operators, the community expects that government will take appropriate measures to ensure that owners and or operators are managing their risks and that vital service delivery is not interrupted. Is that together, that expectation with the backing of the amendment to your functions, enable you to take those private operators into your system-wide review?
Yes, absolutely it does. And I guess we've approached this in a two-stage way, if you like. I mean, again, the legislation is one line and two words, I think, something along those lines for the whole piece of the legislation in our space of what we're doing. But there was, I guess, as I said, leading up to the implementation or the enabling of that part of the legislation, there was a process of the framework being developed and the strategy being developed. We took the decision to, rather than go in boots and all and start saying, well, is it resilient or is it not, and making statements to that effect, we chose to break this down into bite size and going back to that collaborative approach, actually practical way in which to monitor resilience. The first thing was to satisfy ourselves that the implementation of the resilience critical infrastructure strategy and the framework had been done appropriately, because if that's the case, we can then start to monitor and report on the effectiveness and resilience. We're now at the stage where we only wrote a few months ago to all of the sectors to say we're now satisfied that the strategy has been implemented effectively and efficiently. We are now moving to monitoring the performance and resilience of critical infrastructure. So that will be the next focus and the next context in which we report on this.
Page 12 has the 8 critical infrastructure sectors, which I anticipate you mean are the ones that you referred to: energy, transport, water, banking and finance, communications, food supply,
yes,
and health. You've also got government as a sector, as an identified critical infrastructure sector. I was just curious about that.
Yeah, it's in Victoria, whilst those sectors that you see there closely align with the national framework, national critical infrastructure sectors, if you like, but government obviously is also effectively critical infrastructure in itself. And if government fails, then obviously we've got a real problem, and community has a problem. So therefore, we approach government in almost the same way as we do these sectors here. The only difference is these are clearly identified and they are regulated, etc., whereas government is an entity to itself, if you like. So we look at it in the same context, but with a slightly different lens.
And notwithstanding there are all those sectors, what you chose as your case study for this review was this 2016 South Australian Black System event, which was one that at least in the first space, directly affected the energy sector, the electricity supply. Was there a reason for that, for selection for that?
I can honestly say I can't recall whether there was a reason, but there's a logic in my mind automatically when you just remind me of the fact that we did use that. One of the things that we're very conscious of in monitoring resilience of critical infrastructure is that critical infrastructure, none of it stands alone.
Yes,
It's actually, there are interdependencies right through it. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you're quite right. There's those interdependencies between the services, and I might just take the Commissioners to page 11. The interdependencies, it's very difficult with the way it's been set out, I'm sorry.
So while you're doing that, Ms Hagendorn, the reason for using a power example is that in most cases, probably the most critical, I think, sector of all is the power sector because it impacts on nearly all of the others. So therefore, it was a good one to use, A, for its impact on communities, but also to, I guess, express how interdependencies are critical as well as the infrastructure in its own right.
And one of the things that is mentioned here is that the cascading disruption, that when the electricity supply goes, and we've seen this in evidence in this Royal Commission, that there are significant flow-on impacts on delivery of essential services such as telecommunications, banking transactions, food services, and so then that has a direct impact on a much broader community, and if there's not resilience built into the infrastructure system, there can be really significant impacts on a much broader scale. And by way of summary, one of the matters that you identify is as a positive was the business continuity planning by the Water Authority, which meant that there was some mitigation of the consequences to the community of this black system event.
Yeah. That's correct. And I think the point that we've both made in the dialogue that we've just had effectively is that if I look at what's happening here, and it's the same nationally, critical infrastructure, whilst in their own right, they are business lines, if you like, and service provision lines of critical infrastructure, but they actually work collectively at all levels when they're planning and preparing and so on for resilience, because they actually all recognise as well the interdependencies. So therefore, it's almost like the emergency management sector working as one, if you like. Critical infrastructure effectively works as one as well because of those interdependencies.
All right. Commissioners, I note the time, and I have completed what I wanted to deal with in relation to those recent reports from the Victorian IGEM.
Right, noting you've got your voice back and you're on a roll, I think we should take a break.
Does it feel very bad?
Take a break, and we'll reconvene at 1400 Canberra time. And I'll give everyone a chance to break, and then we'll cover those last couple of specific bits that you want to cover.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, we'll adjourn till 1400.
All right. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 2 p.m. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran.
Yes, Chair. Right, yes.
Mr Pearce, Mr Dawson, thank you for coming back. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner.
Mr Dawson, I'll start with you for this afternoon session. We've just seen the system-wide review is mandated under the Victorian arrangements, and Queensland has historically been more event-based in the way that it approached its Inspector General reports. In part, am I right, because you're directed to look at district and local disaster management arrangements?
So the monitoring and the evaluation and assurance of local disaster management plans and district capability is something that's already within the agency's remit. What we are given by government is reviews around either the whole event or around very specific parts of the event, accompanied by terms of reference.
Thank you for that clarification and reminder. The disaster district reviews, they're part of your sort of business as usual, not related, not dependent upon a ministerial reference?
No, they're not dependent on a ministerial reference. We place them into our operational plans. The operational plans are populated. We consult with the districts. We consult with police and fire, because part of the 2010 police and community safety review actually indicated the IGM needed to work with and consult with police and also fire as primary agencies.
Right. In the Commissioner's materials at tab 27, and I'm not going to take you to in detail, but there's a disaster district review of Townsville, RCN 001 005 7750, and at tab 32, Mackay, RCN 001 005 7693. Is one of the advantages of doing a disaster district review that you are able to look at questions at a broader landscape level, or for example, it might take a larger catchment and so on?
Yes, so we can look at a district, and districts have anywhere between one local disaster management group or I think it's up to about 9 or even 12 in some cases. And so we can actually do a thematic look at that particular district, yes.
And in looking at it in a sort of a thematic way, as is said at the note on the bottom of this one that is being displayed, that as a combined district, a particular area would be well placed to manage the expected range of hazards, so that they are able to identify the hazards in a sort of a systemic or landscape way basis, and then manage accordingly.
Yes.
Right.
So that's a broader statement around the district itself. So that particular district encompasses the Whitsundays, it encompasses Mackay. So it covers that sort of central Queensland area that's sort of just above Rockhampton.
Right. You also, you mentioned in your evidence earlier, that can be brought down, operator, you mentioned in your earlier evidence the Paradise Dam Preparedness Review. Now that was a review undertaken during the course of your role as IGEM. That's RCN 001 005 9308. That's at tab 31. I think when you raised it with me before the luncheon adjournment, you raised it, I think, as an example of you looking at a critical infrastructure piece. Is that right?
That is correct. So the dam is an irrigation dam, and part of it was that there was a concern raised with government. Government tasked us to look at the dam and to ensure that the disaster or emergency management arrangements to the east of the dam and across any potentially affected communities, that the mechanisms of I suppose preparedness and response and recovery, or sort of more around preparedness and response, were actually in play in that space. Now, that particular river flows out to through Bundaberg to the Burnett, on the Burnett River, and so we were looking at this from what's the risk assessment now of the dam, to what sort of weather events will it sustain, and what will it look like should we get a sort of a decent rainfall. So it was about providing, one, assurance to government that this review had been undertaken and these were the levels of tolerance, and two, about to the community that it's still okay to be where you are based on what we know, and the fact that local government, so the local disaster management group and the district have plans in place for this eventuality. So it was around providing this level of assurance. So it was what we would call a tier 3 review. Mm-hmm. So we spent a lot of time talking to various people from various walks of life, including dam engineers, universities, water engineers, Sunwater itself, who operates the dam. So yeah.
Do you may not be able to answer this question because it may be confidential, but have you received, or do you anticipate receiving further review tasks on other items of critical infrastructure? Is that the kind of work that you anticipate as part of your future work plan?
I would say that IGEM is always ready to accept pieces of work, regardless of what it might be, where there might be a concern in regards to whatever it is. So whether it be infrastructure, bridges, or it could be flooding, cyclones, and even what happens for biosecurity. And even things such as COVID. So there's I don't envisage a barrier to any of that. But the part of this was around this particular piece of infrastructure, and then so we're ready for the wet season that's coming up.
Yeah. Just on those particular matters that might be referred, including COVID, are they all examples, ones that you would need to be have referred to you? They're not ones that you could self-initiate?
They're the ones that would probably be referred to us, given the enormity and the size of that. And if you look at the impact of matters such as COVID and the types of decisions that have got to be made, that's probably a referable one, I would say, yeah.
The Monsoon Trough Rainfall and Flood Review, which is tab 29 of your volumes, Commissioners, RCN 900 043 0141. This was a report of your predecessor published in June 2019. We've had quite a deal of evidence, and this will supplement that, concerning the monsoon trough rainfall and flood. We've heard some evidence from the, the Drought and North Queensland Floods Relief and Recovery Agency. This was an example of where a severe weather event led to more than half of Queensland's geographic area being affected, and very significant local impacts, which of course were varied because of the nature of the variable nature of the Queensland Queensland landscape. With a review like this, this is an example of a major event being referred to the IGEM. What kind of resources do you need to be supplemented in order to take on something of this scale, to take on this kind of work, or is it part of just your usual resources and business as usual?
So that would, first of all, that would depend on, one, how much work we have on the books and what we're doing and the levels of urgency. The second part to that is once the problem definition has been clearly established and we look at how we're going to do it, there are opportunities for us to seek support from other agencies for the loan of personnel to support in this endeavour. And invariably we can bring in people say from other agencies that are appropriately qualified or have the experience in this space, but they work as part of an IGEM team, and that would be a fair comment in this regard. So it's around looking at then, for example, at some of them may have studies in water, or may have studies in animals, or may have a particular experience in the area, and so are able to direct and guide where we need to send people. But it's about, again, going into the area, talking to the head of the local disaster management group, talking to communities, talking to stakeholders, receiving submissions, and invariably those come through on email and are placed into our collection of data.
I might just pause with you, Mr. Dawson, if I may, and just go to Mr. Pearce. Mr. Pearce, some of the material from Annexes 10 through to 13 to your statement attaches the forward projections of reviews. That is essentially your forward work plan. And in your one for 2020, which is tab 13, EMV 0014 0001 0249, you make the comment that because of the reference to perform an independent inquiry into the 2019-2020 Victorian fire season, due to the significant scope, timeframe and resource commitments, you've deferred the additional planned reviews for 2020. So I don't have a page reference for that comment.
That's okay. I'm aware.
Probably know it because you wrote it. It's essentially the flip of the question I put to Mr. Dawson, which is, can you have these really significant reviews referred to you? How do you manage that from a resource perspective? Mr. Dawson's talked about, well, he may second people, draw on other agencies. I'm not going into the detail of your review, but it does seem to have affected your future work plan. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Well, there's a difference between, I guess, there's reviews and there's reviews. Planned reviews obviously are done within resource constraints, so that's easy. That's BAU, if you like, for us. So therefore, our standing budget covers off on that, as it does of our annual monitoring activities of all the various things that we're monitoring. A reactive review, depending on just how complex it is, in some cases we can still do that within our existing budget remit and within our resources. It may mean that we might defer some of our planned work, which we've done before, to accommodate that. But when you get to something like the Curragh Bushfire Inquiry, for example, because of the scale of that, as you can appreciate yourselves, that is of a size where you need effectively a whole of office approach. And if you go back to the way in which we described early on the business areas of our office, so to speak, there might be 31 staff in there, but there are not 31 skilled evaluators, reviewers and inquirers. They are a combination of skill sets. Therefore, you can't conduct a large inquiry such as the one that we're doing at the moment with only those few resources that are experts in evaluation and review in that context. So we have an understanding in place with government that we'll conduct our planned stuff obviously within budget. Anything that's at request, if we can do it within budget and defer something that is not critical, then we'll do that. And then if you get to what we would consider here to be a large-scale complex inquiry, then government will actually fund us additionally to be able to do that. So that's how this one is being done. But it still requires us, though, because the engine room, if you like, the management of the inquiry is still done by our core group of evaluation and review experts, supplemented.
All right, thanks, Mr. Pearce. I'll just go back to you now, Mr. Dawson. I want to take the Commissioners now for a couple of purposes to your predecessor's Cyclone Debbie review, which is Volume 3, Tab 25. That's RCN 900 043 0001. This is a 2017 report of the IGEM and Commissioners, just to get a sense of the scale of what was captured by this report. the inside cover tells you, you can leave it where it is, Mr. Operator, that the front cover images show flooding encroaching on Rockhampton Airport, Airlie Beach lashed by wind and rain, and Pine Creek Road cut at Springbrook on the Gold Coast hinterland. Now, Mr. Dawson, from Airlie Beach to the Gold Coast, that's some 1,100 kilometres of coastline. It gives the commissioners a sense of the scale of that natural disaster.
Yep.
If you'll excuse me, Chair, while I do this, if we go to page 0042 and 0046. So some of the evidence we heard in the first part of the Royal Commission was about the cyclone activity in Queensland, that ordinarily cyclones cross the coast in the sort of in about this area, not down in the sort of southeast quadrant of Queensland, but in that sort of mid-range in and around Townsville and in this Townsville-Mackay region. Commissioners, it's hard to see on this, but on the second map, you can see just to the south of Townsville, Home Hill. It's Mr. Glover's hometown. Mr. Dawson, the impact of this cyclone was very significant, but I'm intrigued by the maps that are shown here, particularly on the left, where you can see it tracking down, crossing the coast, tracking down across Queensland, and then ending just at the border. Now, as I understand it, that continued on and affected and there was significant flooding in Lismore, which is about 200 kilometres south of the border with Queensland. Is it a jurisdictional issue that stops you taking a sort of the IGEM taking a landscape view of the impact of severe weather events in these kinds of reviews?
So the point you raise is very accurate. I mean, interesting with cyclones, they don't necessarily form within about 5 degrees of the equator. And then, as you see, you've got the impact zones that even extend further north. But in this particular case, when IGEM was tasked with a review of this particular event, because we are tasked by basically the state, we look at the state's impacts. In regards to what happens into New South Wales, and I believe that we weren't asked to look any further than what we look at there. But the interesting thing, the practicalities of disaster management in this particular area, and I can speak from experience here, is that there is a communication across the border to advise of the incidents that are occurring. And in particular, in this case, obviously the Bureau of Meteorology Intelligence would push that further down so that there would be a voice around that occurring. But the uniqueness of this particular cyclone was also replicated in 2010 in, I think it was 10-11, where you get a cyclone that sits halfway off the coast and the water temperature is warm enough to keep it driving, and it will keep moving. It will reduce probably in speed and size in general terms, but it will still cause a problem as it passes through those different catchment areas. And as you talk about Rockhampton, Rockhampton has 2 significant catchment areas. Because for Tropical Cyclone Debbie, I was the Assistant Commissioner based in Rockhampton for police then, and that actually extends from Bowen all the way down to the Sunshine Coast. So a lot of this was in the area in which I was then currently working. So yes, we don't undertake reviews for other states and territories unless, of course, I suppose there was a specific request for it, but I've never encountered that.
Just since we're on that topic, to what extent do you, and I'll come to you too, Mr. Pearce, do you is there any equivalent of any functional equivalent, if not by name, or clearly not by name, but any functional equivalent in any of the bordering states that undertake the kind of role that you do, other than on an ad hoc, Royal Commission, Special Commission of Inquiry basis?
From my personal view, I'm not aware of any. I do have contacts in New South Wales, and I am aware of the review that's currently being undertaken in relation to the fires down there, but that's more a personal, professional relationship with a person undertaking that. So.
But there's no formal arrangement between the IGEM and any sort of, in particular this particular review, but other reviews if there were on severe weather events.
Yeah, I think not that I'm aware of, and I think if it was of such a nature and we were requested, we would obviously work very closely with our New South Wales counterparts. But as Tony's indicated, there are only two IGEMs currently in Australia, myself and Tony.
Mr. Pearce, what about you for your bordering states, New South Wales and South Australia?
With regard to have we done or would we do work with other jurisdictions in this space, then similar to Mr. Dawson, we haven't actually actively done any joint inquiries or reviews as such. However, events that impact the border, though, by definition, at least to some degree, have the border is artificial with regard to the emergency, so therefore for some distance in, there are communities that are effectively, as we've seen with the COVID issue down here at the moment, they are communities that live in a wide expanse of land that traverses the border. Therefore, we engage with our interstate colleagues only to the extent that we can get information from them that is relevant to the way in which we responded, or the way in which their jurisdiction responded, impacting upon Victorian communities. So we would do that. As far as the IGEM structural concept goes, if you like, Western Australia has a small assurance capability built into their Office of Emergency Services over there, or Emergency Management over there, that in some way, on a much, much smaller scale, was based on Victoria and was contributed to by us with intellectual property, if you like. And we've had significant dialogue with the Office of Emergency Management in New South Wales over the last few years, particularly in 15-16, with consideration of similar activities there. So I know New South Wales has undertaken activity, but I'm not aware of any other formal entities, if you like.
When you were I'll come back to you, Mr. Dawson. When you were just speaking about engaging with other agencies in relation to matters that cross borders, and yet you need information or insights from those agencies. Are those agencies just other emergency management agencies, or or does that include other departments and include, for example, cross-border commissioners?
Certainly involves cross-border commissioners and other agencies, yes. So it depends on if there's an agency that we identify in another jurisdiction that has a relationship to the event that we're looking at, then we would approach them regardless, and we've never had a problem ever in engaging in that way.
All right. Mr. Dawson, you were going to contribute something.
Yeah, I was just going to highlight that the actual response itself, there is obviously close working relationships, but more in that review space, we're very much tasked to within the state. That's where our remit is.
So the question I was going to ask you then, I'll come back to another aspect of this, but what about the Commonwealth? So we've talked about interstate, or your bordering states and their agencies. What about in terms of having occasion to liaise or engage with relevant Commonwealth agencies? Mr. Pearce, you've got a background at EMA Australia. You were there for leading that agency for a long time.
Yeah, we similarly, the Commonwealth is, with all due respect, the Commonwealth is just another jurisdiction with regard to our work. So again, if there's a relationship to the incident or the issue that we're addressing in Victoria that has a Commonwealth aspect to it, then we absolutely do engage with the Commonwealth, and again that's reciprocated. So, yeah.
And Mr. Dawson?
So in the state, Commonwealth is represented in some cases on local disaster management groups, and that tends to be where there are significant, for example, ADF deployments like Townsville, Brisbane. Also, they are represented in some cases on disaster district management groups, and again where they are predominantly populated. At the Queensland Disaster Management Committee, which is chaired by our Premier, I sit there as an observer, but on many occasions I have actually seen both Defence in the room at senior level providing advice to the Premier. And the other thing is that the Bureau of Meteorology is well represented, providing a very clear advice under the direction of the State Manager to not only the state meetings at the Queensland Disaster Management Committee, but also the State Disaster Coordination Group, and also to the local councils in the area. So we have that. When we're in a disaster situation and the EMA deploys, the Emergency Management Australia reps come to the State Disaster Coordination Group in Brisbane. So there is representation there, and there is the ability for the sharing of information in that regard. The other people that are in the room are the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and Mr. Moon was also an observer on the Queensland Disaster Management Committee, and so there is a connectivity back to the Commonwealth, because, as I indicated, there's almost a 4-level approach to this. As forward, which is local disaster management group, then you've got the district disaster management group leaning back into the state, and then when the state leans back, it's leaning back into the Commonwealth. So there is a movement of information and briefings that's supplied in that area. And then again, if there's assets brought in to supplement or support, they are also briefed from both interstate and also nationally.
So you mentioned the Australian Defence Force's incorporation in some aspects of disaster management in Queensland. The Commonwealth's assistance through the ADF was addressed in the monsoon trough rainfall and flood review, but it's not really addressed in the Cyclone Debbie review. You were on the ground as in your former role with Queensland Police. Were the Commonwealth involved in that to a significant extent in that cyclone response, relief and response effort?
Yes, they were. They were involved in the far north of the state from Townsville, and it's a bit probably more lower level, but I travelled to Townsville to see the officers that were stationed there, and there was a small contingent of soldiers that had come from Townsville and been deployed in advance of Debbie, and worked with local police on the ground. And for that, we actually wrote a recommendation to the Brigadier around their actions and their courage in doing that. So I think it's a fair comment to say that what I was seeing on the ground was probably replicated across the state. And we do have a very good working relationship with the Commonwealth in that regard.
All right. And because they're incorporated in the disaster management, well, the example you gave was really in anticipation of the disaster, doing work in advance and in preparation to the anticipated relief and response that was going to be required. Does it require any kind of additional reference or specification to be able to capture any review of that work or that contribution by the Commonwealth?
Invariably, when we're looking at our review, we can go and ask the local commanders if they are happy to participate. We're very mindful that we would obviously need to write to them to gauge that. We haven't done a lot in that regard, but we acknowledge the fact that when we look at the system, and we're looking at the system when we do our review, is how the system actually works. And invariably what we find is participants in the actual response, they include volunteers, paid staff, people from the community will pass comment on what they see and the observations that they make. So, and I know this is probably in advance of one of your questions, but in the 1920 bushfire review, we based it on observations taken from people that were actually on the front line, so to speak. So I think when you look at that and then look at, well, we also worked with them around Conundrum, which is another area that was obviously under threat. So when we actually see this almost seamless contribution occurring, but it's because I think of the relationship at both the state level and the state disaster coordination group level. Probably one of the observations I would make is that a lot of that is reliant on DAC, the Defence Force Aid to Civil Communities, and part of that is the importance of that particular connectivity. But I'm not sure when it was last reviewed, but invariably there was a fairly tight window of opportunity for defence, and it's something that I think when you have defence living, working, embedded into our communities, which they are, I think the community look with great pride upon how defence is actually deployed and how they're supporting the broader community in which they live and work.
I'll just finish off on this review, the Cyclone Debbie review. Following that review, there was an action plan developed, and that involves the government response to the review. Can we have tab 30, RCN 900 049 0037? My right in understanding, both from you, Mr. Dawson, and you, Mr. Pearce, that it's a routine step that following one of the reviews that are made to government, that there'll be a government response or either a departmental or an agency response depending on the scale of the review. Is that your experience?
That's correct in our case.
Yes, and Mr. Pearce, is that a standard step in your experience?
Yes, it certainly is. If we do a review that makes recommendations, then generally it's the government that accepts or otherwise, and they give a response to that. So yes, that's accurate.
All right, Mr. Dawson, I just want to focus on the first one, which is the culture of learning. This is the primary recommendation, or the first recommendation that's elevated to be the first recommendation, that Queensland should implement and maintain a system-wide lesson management program. That recommendation was supported, and there's actions identified by all agencies to do that. You've subsequently taken action yourself. I might just get you to, that is the lessons management framework was something that we identified earlier on. But as I understand it also, that has then led to a recommendation that your reviews should now take a more system-wide approach on a more systematic basis. Is that accurate?
Well, the actual lessons management framework is around identifying, I suppose, the observations that are made on the ground. So those observations can be on activities that went well, that might require future investigation. So the actual capture of the observations are formed into or grouped together to create an insight. Once that insight is created, there'll be a lesson identified, and then that can be turned into a lesson learned by inculcating it into I suppose the culture, or in this particular case, the disaster management system. So it operates at a number of different levels. It can operate for an individual group in how it does its business. It can operate for a district in how it undertakes its work. It can operate for the state as well as to what its observations and insights are and those lessons. And I think one of the things around this was about the recommendations is the driver for continuous improvement. And so if we look at it from a systems-based approach, and we're thinking how do we actually create more synergy for improvement within the system, it's by this process which is adopted across the state. there are agencies that already have their own lessons programs, and there's a couple that do spring to mind that are advanced in collecting observations and insights and driving forward. So the purpose of this is to actually capture those observations and insights to drive continuous improvement within the Queensland disaster management system.
There's a large number of recommendations we don't have time to take the commissioners to, but on page 41 is a recommendation concerning warnings and emergency alerts. We can see here, so efforts are made to improve the timeliness, accuracy and targeting of emergency alert messaging by educating the sector about how emergency alert works in detail and involving them in its testing, ensuring the preparation and authorisation of emergency alert campaigns consider those to be warned and are not limited by disaster management boundaries, allowing the operation of emergency alert and the authorisation of its campaigns by disaster management practitioners at a district and local level. And that recommendation was supported in principle, and some actions have been taken which are identified in the second last column to the right. I wanted to just focus on, to what extent, Mr Dawson, are you aware of through your work as IGEM to moves towards making emergency alert focus on their impact on the people who will be warned, that is, to being driven not by what is driven by how that information will be received and how it will be acted upon by the people who receive them?
So it's a very good point you raised, because the emergency alert, there is a national committee, as I know that you're aware. Queensland Fire and Emergency Service have a lead on that, and we have a representative on that from an observer capacity. So there's working towards, the objective is to get a national agreement around those particular alerts. Now, the emergency alerts that go out are normally drawn by Polygon, and they're provided to the people within the Polygon. The actual communication, and I think this is part of what I referred to earlier as a journey, is around understanding what the message is and how we actually communicate with others. So when we, for example, ask people to leave a certain environment, it's because there's normally grave and imminent danger approaching to their life. But the messaging is really hard to sort of get that out there. But yet we still see people that will not evacuate, or that will say, well, look, I want to stay and defend. And I think those decisions are basically one for the individuals, provided that they're pretty well informed about that. But it's about trying to get people to understand the emergency alert. This is then has different complexities, and you referred to it before about cultural and linguistically diverse. There's also other aspects to this, which is for someone who may understand the language but can't actually read the language. So there are so many different aspects to this. But I think the more we can, the more we will communicate, and the more effective we can be in communication, the more timely. But in some cases, events move so quickly that they can actually move past the actual process of getting the alert out as well. So this is a very complex area, and I know it's been worked on for quite some time now. But I think at the end of the day, it's about trying to get people to react to information. When, if you took Rockhampton, for example, and say Rockhampton's going to flood, but it's a blue sunny day, people think, well, it doesn't look like it's going to flood because there's no rain. But you've actually got catchments now pouring water into the city itself. So there are sunny day disasters, and there are ones that are where what you see and what you hear neatly align, and therefore you get the triggers. So this is a very complex area.
This was a recommendation that was directed to warnings in the context of a cyclone review. So it was in a context of dealing with flooding and other damage caused by the cyclone itself. To what extent are emergency warnings and alerts in Queensland done on an all hazards basis. That is, are the warnings and emergency alerts the same for bushfires as they are for floods and cyclones?
Yeah, so the warning itself can be prefaced by cyclone, fire, whatever it's sent out. It's restricted by a number of characters. But in essence, it's the same system that's used irrespective whether it's a cyclone, flood, fire. It's the one system. There's not a different system.
Now, this was a 2017 recommendation. I'm going to take the commissioners to the bushfires report, which also had a recommendation concerning warnings. I was trying to get a sense of to what extent had these recommendations about ways to improve warnings subsequently taken up in the bushfires context.
Right.
If you could just address that.
So every recommendation that we make goes into our evaluation area. And so when you look at some of the recommendations, they are very clear, and it's not clear on this particular one with Debbie, but there's a lot of the recommendations, for example, are due in August 2020. One which was due first up was the, as you rightly point out, was the lessons management framework. So that's been achieved, and it's up and running. So in the lead up to the due date by which the recommendations are due, we engage with the agencies. We take the document that you've got up there now, and we look at the actions in response. So that's where we're going to gather our evidence from. And then we talk to the agencies, we gather the evidence, we do an analysis on the evidence. We look at, is the evidence supporting the direction of the recommendation? How well advanced are we in achieving the recommendation? And so we scale that and report on that to the Minister around what we are currently seeing. And as more information comes in, we can go back and engage with those agencies. So as you'll see on the right-hand column, there are a number of agencies involved in achieving these recommendations. And so the more complex the recommendation, a little bit longer it takes. The more simpler the recommendation, obviously the quicker it can be achieved.
And just for completeness, I'll just have the second page shown so there's no confusion that actions and response does go on to a second page, which, if that can just be shown for completeness. Just excuse me one moment. Which review are you showing me? Page 27. That one? Big one. So I'm going to move to the bushfires review, and now that document can be brought down. As you said, Mr. Dawson, the Queensland Bushfires Review is done in two parts. The 2019-2021 is the one that has one you have completed, but you have also have a second stage. Try and do it in an efficient way. I'll just, while we're on this issue of warnings, so that it is easier to proceed thematically, tab 11 of your papers, Commissioners, EMQ 001 001 0711. And when the operator has that document up, if we could go to page 0744. What is being picked up here is that there's an earlier report, Mr. Dawson, from 2018, from November 2018 bushfires, and that's page 34 of the original document, Mr. Dawson, if that's of assistance to you. So I think you've got the original there.
Yep.
There we go.
Yes, thank you.
Just to give an orientation to the Commissioners, there's a additional report in your bundle in the previous tab 10, which is the 2018 Queensland Bushfires Review. That report has a number of recommendations that I want the Commissioners to know about. One of them is this community messaging and warnings recommendation, which was made in 2018, that the national messages for catastrophic fire danger ratings should be integrated with all existing and new community bushfire safety information, and that was accepted. And a piece of work that was done as part of this review, which is a review of the 2019, is you commissioned qualitative research of community perceptions of the timeliness and usefulness of the emergency warnings and alerts that they received. Is that right, Mr. Dawson?
That's correct, yes.
And just speaking in a summary way, what was the conclusion reached by that community research project?
So we used some research around those areas, and what we found is that in general terms, people got the message, they did understand it, but there was times when there was confusion around, do you want me to stay or do you want me to leave? So one of the things out of this actual review for 1920, which is the review you've got on the screen, was that the second part to this review was to also look at the recommendations arising from the 1819 report and to provide advice as to where we currently were with that. So in general terms, in regards to warnings and how they're disseminated, there are times when the event is moving so fast that the warnings actually do not necessarily keep up with the speed of the event. And the other side to that is trying to be in front of the event for the evacuation and getting people to understand it. So when we look at that, people say, yes, I received a warning, but I wasn't sure what I was going to do. Or they got it in a sequence that confused them. So they were scrolling through the messages and saying, well, I wasn't sure which message came first.
Now, I've just had the next page shown up, which points out that, no, you were right, operator. Leave it where it was, thank you. Top two paragraphs, that you'd heard confusion from both disaster management entities and the community members as to what some messages mean, uncertainty as to what action should be taken. And in the next paragraph, also heard instances where messaging being sent out was not accurate and did not reflect what was happening on the ground. Now, the Commissioner's heard evidence of that kind in this Royal Commission, not just limited to Queensland. This stage of your review was to identify observations and insights, and to not as such lead to recommendations. Nonetheless, are you aware of whether or not those kinds of issues are being addressed by Queensland Fire and Emergency Services and other emergency managers, despite waiting for your review? Yes.
Yes, I am aware that they are currently being worked on. It's the speed of the event. People getting a list of messages, not sure or what's actually happening, haven't had the radio on, haven't been able to keep abreast of what's actually happening. So in case of these three fires that we looked at, which was Sarabah, Stanthorpe and Perugian, was around, again, that getting the message into the community and saying this is the part of the community needed to evacuate or they could return. But again, it's the time delay in getting the information back, getting the warning constructed. There are activities to pre-construct warnings that they can be sent out in advance. And one of the things, and I see in the thing here, we talk about when people could safely return to their residence. Even though the fire's gone through, the whole issue around safety of return to residence is based on structural capacity of the residents to not impact and impede on their return. So the actual advices, as you'll see there, talks about receiving advices to leave via telephone message when they've been told they could safely return. It's about at what point in time they interact with a message, at what point the messages go out, and the speed of messages. It comes down to almost the decision is how often do we tell? Because it can actually be confusing the more messages you put out.
Just related to the part of your answer, you said that, as you understand it, the agencies are acting on this, notwithstanding this observation, notwithstanding that your actual recommendations won't be delivered for another 12 or so months. That's right?
Yeah.
Is that usually the way that is proceeded on? That is that the agencies don't and are not encouraged to wait for the recommendations to come. That is, as part of their continuous improvement arrangements, if they identify issues or concerns, they will set about seeking to fix them. Is that your experience?
As far as I'm aware, and in the majority of cases, when an agency is aware that IGEM is making recommendations, because we do actually talk to the agencies, we do show, like Tony indicated, we show this is the recommendation. And then even in the case of the bushfire 2019-2020, yes, there are observations and insights, but one of the things that arises out of that is because IGEM has written the report, it doesn't mean to say that being silent in no recommendations is actually a key to do nothing, because the purpose of not issuing recommendations was the fact that the report had been released 2 months earlier before the fire. And so putting more recommendations into that environment may actually be a little bit confusing, whereas they already have the recommendations, they know what they need to do there. They've got this report here, and we've actually seen messaging that's actually very supportive of these observations and insights, which indicates that, yes, we will be doing a lot more work in that space.
Mr. Pearce, in Victoria, what's the process for if you're undertaking a review of some kind? Do the emergency services have to sit back and wait till you've made recommendations, or are they expected to do things and actively act upon concerns or criticisms in the meantime?
No, they would. In fact, it would reflect very poorly on them in our review or our inquiry if they did sit back and wait for us to say something. The reality is, I mean, I'll just go back to something Mr. Dawson just said, just clarifying again, as I did earlier, the recommendations in our planned reviews, they generally see those every time. In the reactive reviews to big events, very often they won't.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yes.
Therefore, they are actually undertaking through their own volition, through their own internal assurance processes, responses to issues that have arisen that they are aware of, and that happens as a matter of course. So as I said, they are not expecting. In fact, it would be a negative response from me if they were to sit back and wait for IGEM. As it happens, they already have, through our framework, their own obligations to conduct their own assurance activities, and they do that regardless. And very often, in fact, if you were sort of looking at an IGEM that wanted to look all shiny and good, it may well be that we pick something up early on in our inquiry that by the time we get to the point of looking to make a recommendation or something, we know they've already started to address it of their own volition, and it takes away some of the potential shine for our recommendations, if you like, because they are proactive.
Just while I'm with you, I was tracking back a little bit, speaking with Mr. Dawson about interstate and Commonwealth assistance in natural disaster events. In one of your early annual assurance summaries, you identified an operational context of interstate assistance and resource supplementation with interstate or international assistance. Is that the kind of thing that you focus on as a matter of routine, or is it really only if the event warrants it that'll be something that you'll start to focus on?
In any review that we do where there is a resource aspect to the review, whether it's a reactive one in response to an event or if it's a planned review, if there is a resource aspect to it, then all of the potential resources that can be utilised by the state would be considered. So therefore, ADF and Commonwealth could be used in could be considered in a planned review in exactly the same way as they might in a reactive review. It's issue specific, if you like, rather than standard or not.
All right. That leads me to my next question, which is that have I got the right reference? I'm not sure I have the right reference. In the enhanced terms of reference for your current inquiry into the 2019-2020 Victorian fire season, it includes references to interstate and here we go, EMV 0014 0001 0343. Yes. And we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth dot point down, Commonwealth assistance is identified there. And then if we go down into the last dot point on that page, we can see as a inside dot point the last one, impact of providing Victorian responder officers to other Australian jurisdictions to assist with emergency events as early as September 2019, this summer season. And on the next page, 0344, in the context of the activation of Commonwealth assistance, can see effectiveness of current national resource sharing arrangements when multiple and simultaneous fire events are occurring, effectiveness of existing governance arrangements supporting access to Commonwealth and state air fleets, and the use and integration of Australian Defence Force assets into Victoria's emergency response and relief operations. So we see that that is part of your enhanced terms of reference, Mr. Pearce. What's the status of your review and the time frames for your review going forward?
Currently the draft report has been out for consultation to the organisations and the stakeholders that were participants as providers of evidence and so on, just to ensure contextual accuracy and factual accuracy. And we're currently going through the process of reviewing that feedback now to then determine what our recommendations potentially will be.
And is that the exercise? I think you've said before that in these reviews where they're not self-initiated but are ones where you've received a reference, that the externally indicated that you will keep recommendations out of being for circulation. Those recommendations come at the end once you've gone through that exercise of consultation.
That's right, because until we know that asking a question and getting an answer and then us then reflecting that in our own way without going back and fact-checking is dangerous. So therefore we want to make sure that the context of all of the content of the draft report is accurate. And if that is the case, we can then use that as the basis then for developing our recommendations.
I raised with you much earlier on the impact that having to take on this review has had on the balance of the activities or work plan that you had set for the agency, for the IGEM, Office of the IGEM. How do you prioritise a work plan from here? There are a range of other issues that were picked up in your most recent work plan, which was, I believe, EMV 0014 0001 0254, which is tab 13. I think that's the right one. 0014 0001 0254.
Just while you're bringing that up, I think I can answer that question for you anyway. So
Please.
If not, I'll self-correct. However, each year we go through a process of engaging back with the organisation. So I write to the chief officers, departmental secretaries, and other chiefs of non-government organisations to provide them the update of the last projection, if you like, of issues that were going to be considered for review at some stage in the next coming years. And when we do that, we're effectively asking them whether or not they believe, A, that the current list is still accurate in relation to its importance, and also whether there's anything else that's arisen that they're aware of that we might want to consider conducting a review on. And at the same time, we also consider anything else that we've done during the year, particularly the reactive reviews, because very often we'll find that depending on what the event was or even the scale of it, a number of the issues that we might have been wanting to look at in a planned review sense in a much smaller review will have actually been addressed by conducting the large incident review. And in this case, the inquiry into the bushfires, for example, potentially will cover a number of those issues that we might have sitting in the forward projection now. So we'll review that again with the sector once this inquiry is over before we then finalise what the next list is, if you like.
Just going to have identified the forward projection of reviews. So these are the reviews you were going to be doing if you hadn't had this significant review that you've been progressing the last few months. So systems and platforms for interoperability, agency coordination for Class 2 emergency. Now, Class 2 emergencies are hazards such as human disease, agricultural pests and disease, disruption to essential services, road accidents and environmental pollution. You make the point in this paragraph that the State Emergency Risk Assessment identifies that Victoria's greatest risks include a combination of Class 1 and 2 emergencies. And the next one, so in Queensland, just while I'm at this, in Queensland, Mr Dawson, there isn't this distinction between classes of emergency. There's just, is that right?
Yeah, so there's events occur and then they can be declared as a disaster, but you don't need to declare it as a disaster to get the appropriate response. All
right. Back to this document, over to the next page, operator, relocation and evacuation planning and management, community level emergency management. And I might just add, Mr Pearce, one of the reasons I'm saying these things are these are all issues that are emerging in the course of this Royal Commission. Over the next page, emergency management training and exercising, long-term recovery, disaster risk mitigation, critical infrastructure. And I think you foreshadowed that you've done that first stage of work of looking at the critical infrastructure resilience framework, and to the extent that's been met, and this is a future work plan for that. Use of surge staff for additional emergency management capacity, regulation and emergency management. And this last one, I'll ask you a couple of questions about culture, values and behaviours. The second paragraph here says that anecdotal and reported evidence suggests ongoing challenges with organisational culture, values and behaviours within the sector. This is in part driven by an array of sector-specific characteristics spanning industrial, geographical, social and psychological considerations. Is an inquiry into culture, values and behaviours a qualitatively different kind of evaluative exercise to the other ones that I've just identified?
Well, it certainly would be, and whilst we obviously haven't developed, and can I just pick you up very quickly, if you don't mind, just on one thing you talked about this as being the plan. And the things that we would have looked at had we not had the inquiry in place. That's not the case. Right. This is the projection of issues that at some stage in future years, depending on their priority, will get looked at. But next year, we actually didn't develop. We actually had the projection, but we hadn't actually identified which of those things we were going to review this year. So the plan didn't get developed. This is just the ongoing rolling projection, if you like. But getting back to your question, getting back to your question about this, then yes, just by definition, it would be different simply because what we're looking at in response to an emergency that has occurred is the way in which the response was conducted and the impacts of that response. Whereas you're here looking at those very things. You're looking at before the event occurs, the culture of an organisation, its values, its behaviours, and how they potentially then impact on the way it's occurring. So you're a step before, if you like. A step before review is what this would be, compared to one that's looking at a specific event or a particular activity that would be undertaken, because culture, values and behaviours all influence the way in which something would be undertaken.
So the last question I want to ask you both is, in the course of your evidence, Mr Pearce, when we were early on looking at the question of amendments or expansions to your functions and the scope of your activities, you identified that it had happened at a time of greater maturity of the IGEM role and office. Yes. If an IGEM had to be stood up in another state or territory or the Commonwealth. Would it be your recommendation that it begin in the sort of the more narrow focus that the original or kind of immature stance and then go through the exercise of maturity, or should it take on where your scope and function is now sitting?
My own view, having been in this chair from day one, I guess. So I've been here since we started, and I think it's fair to say that had we tried to just simply jump in where we are now, that would have been an abstract failure, and in fact the organisation would have ceased to exist fairly quickly. It would have provided no value, and there would have been no basis or rationale or strategy around why it was doing what it was doing. What we learned early in the piece was that you can have a half understanding of the technical, or in fact, if I go back and give you an example, on the first day that I was appointed, when I met the Minister of the day, and he congratulated me on the appointment, I then asked him, as general dialogue, I asked him what it was that he was hoping that the IGEM could achieve for him and for government, and his response at that time was, I hope that the first thing you can do is tell me what it is that we need you to do. And I think that's what that was doing, was saying that we really didn't know what the IGEM concept was. We knew it was about assurance. What does that mean in the context of emergency management? We had no idea. We had no processes to benchmark off. We had no other office or organisation that had been down this journey before in Australia, and there are only a few internationally that I'm well linked with now who have similar types of processes. Therefore, we had to build it. The other thing is, of course, that from the minute you create something like this, there is an automatic expectation that it will deliver something, both from a community perspective and from a political perspective. I also knew that if we tried to start delivering things in a sector that has not traditionally had an assurance function sitting above it, and where there was a significant degree early days of wariness about the watchdog approach and the big stick approach we might try and take, if we hadn't spent as much of our effort taking the sector on the journey as we did developing our processes and so on, then again it would have failed. So I would say to you, if you're setting something up like this, if you didn't draw upon us, our two officers, for example, as a source of some of the background, but you were starting fresh, you really are looking at a good 18 months to 2 years of delivering small step things before you have an internal culture that's right of your own, internal skill sets that are right, a framework that actually identifies where you need to go and how you're going to get there, and a sector that actually wants to work with you.
Mr Dawson, have you got a comment to that?
I actually agree totally with what Tony said, and I think looking at how IGEM Queensland was established, it was established by way of a recommendation from a review. It was put into a legislative framework and then eased gently down into what then was the Queensland Disaster Management System. Can't overemphasise Tony's comments around collegiateness and communication into not only the community of disaster management, but also in the broader community. And I think the adage of is under promise and over deliver is definitely at the start. There's a lot of complexity involved, as we all know, with qualitative analysis and working with the sectors, because it's such a complex area. But again, the ultimate thing is how each day do we value add to the safety of the community, irrespective of where you are in the state, and you get the best response possible with the assets that are readily available right there. And we know that it's a case of sometimes having to move assets around to make it work, even in response. But the focus in this state has been around trying to drive and succeeding around continuous improvement.
Thank you, Mr Dawson. Thank you, Mr Pearce. Commissioners, those are my questions.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thanks, Chair. I've just got one slightly smaller question and one more broad systemic question. The smaller question is this. If I can have brought up, please, EMQ 001 001 0736, and also 001 EMQ 001 001 0738. This is the Noosa hazard reduction burn, Mr. Dawson. And when you look at it, it was quite an extraordinary. It looks quite dramatic, if I may say so. And you've made the comment that overall the level of interagency and community cooperation for the burn was exceptional. I've just got one question. I'm looking at the smoke. And I'm just wondering if part of your assessment and consideration with regard to emergency management includes the whole issue of the effect of smoke on the population. And I'm going to ask Mr. Pearce the same question. Are you looking into that yet? And I guess my other question is, were there many complaints about the smoke? Because I'm interested in that health consequence issue.
Yeah. So aware of the issues of smoke, especially with people with breathing issues and those things, and also the health. I think I'm not aware of the number of complaints that may have been made, but what I am aware of is that there was a significant amount of community engagement involved prior to this event taking place. The balance in here is around the risk, not to clear it, so to make it safe, and yet run the risk of a fire into the area. Had one occurred, there might have been a different outcome. So it's almost a trade-off. Is a reduction burn there? There is smoke. How long that will last for, I'm not sure. But in looking at that, it was identified as good practice because it actually brought together so many agencies to reduce what was a high risk for that community and offset that against the smoke. So I think that's the way to answer that.
Is it fair to say then that you're aware that there was a deal of community education engaged in prior to that hazard reduction burn?
Yes, and part of the advice I received was around this, that there have been communications with, for example, ambulance police. There had been people put on the roads to actually direct traffic. Notifications had gone out, and that there would be the reduction burn. That's my understanding. So community education
and information prior to it taking place.
That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Pearce, do you look at these sorts of issues in Victoria as well? Things like, health consequences of smoke generally?
Yes, absolutely we do. And I think if I just take you back, if I could, Commissioner, just very briefly back to the Hazelwood mine fire in Victoria and the subsequent review undertaken by Justice Teague and his panel in 2014, and then the second review, the health review in 15-16, if you like. That whole issue of smoke was a significant part of that inquiry, and as a result of that, the state has developed a smoke framework that actually addresses that in all activities it undertakes, but it also applies that even to the impacts of bushfire and bushfire smoke where the fires aren't man-made or generated. So, yes, we absolutely do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. My second question really goes more into the systemic nature of what you both do, and you've described the fact that in effect it's been almost an incremental journey from the standing start to come where you are now, and that you've had to take the organisations with you in that process, and I found that very, very informative. But it also seems to me that you've come from slightly different perspectives in the way you deal with it. It's almost, to my way of thinking, and I know I'm probably oversimplifying it, one is more of a bottom-up approach and one's more of a top-down approach. I don't know if you understand what I mean by that, but in the organisational input and output that you each have. I guess my question is, bearing in mind it's incremental and you're the only two going in the country, are you planning changes to take from each other further? If your wish list now as to bringing in maybe other ways of doing it or additional ways of doing it, whether or not you see any areas that you would now wish to change or incorporate into your existing frameworks in that continuing journey. Mr. Pearce, can I ask you first?
Commissioner, I think the answer is probably no about introduction. I think we're at a stage now where it's almost an organic process, if you like. Things almost naturally self-present or or concepts that we might look at and engage in, whether it's between ourselves in Queensland or ourselves in other jurisdictions who don't even have the types of entities that we're talking about. It's almost become self-evident to us as to what those things are that we would talk about or wouldn't talk about. And fortunately, even without an IGEM or something similar in each jurisdiction, we do have networks and contacts into the jurisdictions that we know where to go to discuss these sorts of things, and also, you know, even get some ideas from them about improvement concepts for our own work. But there's nothing that really stands out. The only thing I would say is that we, back in 2015, I think, it became, I think I had one of those moments where I looked at what we were doing here and what Queensland is doing and thought this concept is regardless of whether you call them IGEMs or not, and take myself out of it as the individual who runs our show, the whole concept of emergency management system assurance has proven itself in Victoria to be extremely valuable. And I look back now to 2009 and then major events between then and when we started the office or when the legislation was enabled. And I'm absolutely convinced that undertaking system-level assurance activities that engages the whole sector, which includes non-government organisations and the community, has put this state in a far, far better place than it's ever been before. It can always improve, and we'll always be doing that, but we are in probably the best place that we can be, and now further opportunities to improve. I would suspect that if you were to have a system-level assurance capacity across the country in different jurisdictions, no, it doesn't matter what you call it, but if the concept was similar, then by definition, I would suggest that the country would be in a better place, not just the individual jurisdictions, because it has proven itself to us. It's not about me, and I'm sure Alistair doesn't think it's about him, but it is about the fact that when you put a good process in place that is well supported, that is doing the right things for the right reasons and engages everybody, you get far better outcomes. And I think that would be probably the message I would leave.
Thanks, Mr Pearce. Thank you very much. Mr Dawson.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner. I think the journey for IGEM Queensland, yes, has been slightly different. I'm a believer, having worked in the system, that the state disaster management system is probably in the best shape I've seen it, considerably, and going forward. I'm very blessed to be working with 21 other very brilliant people, and they certainly give great value to what we do, and that's undeniable. I think one of the things that's come out of our systems is the understanding and the importance of training and this continual development and understanding of what a lessons management framework looks like. When I talk to agencies overseas, and I've got quite a broad network now, what I do here is comments such as, "I wish we did it like you." In other words, this ability to look at things, do a risk analysis, move forward, keep moving forward. The state is enormous. People choose to live all over our state, and part of our job is actually to provide them with the best system possible for their protection and safety, especially in the disaster management space. And I think around that is the assurance activities, so people know that no one's sitting still and doing nothing. We're actually doing a lot, and we're constantly trying to refine the system to provide that support. But again, it's everybody has this responsibility, and like Tony, we're just resetting our strategic plan for the next 5 years, and that'll be a far more rapid and responsive IGEM over the next 5 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you. I've got one question. I should go to Mr Pearce, only because he's got longevity in the role. And it's one of those, do you ever wake up thinking it's a Groundhog Day? And along the lines of, you look at one sector and you find a lesson there, and another sector where it's relevant to doesn't realise that it's relevant and haven't picked up on it. And if you have, how do you address that?
It's, I guess, Commissioner, the difficulty is that there are, I mean, as you're well aware, there are various assurance bodies through various different sectors and integrity bodies and so on, and the reality is we don't all talk to each other. However, having said that, certainly in Victoria we have a standing arrangement where we meet at least a couple of times a year with other bodies who do similar work, which includes the Victorian Auditor General's Office. And part of the reason is because we're compelled to. The legislation actually specifies that we are to ensure that we are working in a complementary fashion with other bodies and not duplicating work or tripping over each other's reviews and inquiries, if you like. But the other benefit, of course, is that if you have to do that, then you utilise that for the best possible benefit you can get out of it, which is not just meeting a legislative obligation, but also to be able to benefit from the work that they've done previously or the work that they might be considering in the future, as well as their methodology and so on. So we do that as a matter of course. It's well enshrined and we don't miss too much, but there are certainly other sectors where we don't see what goes on other than after the fact when their reviews and their inquiry reports are produced. But again, within the office, we have an intelligence gathering capacity, if you like. That means that day in, day out, we're watching for all of these things anyway. And even when there are inquiries going on we're not even aware of, we certainly know when they've been delivered and we look at what's in them to see if there's any benefit to our environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pearce. Gentlemen, we appreciate you're both very busy in your roles, and but we also appreciate the fact that you took so much time with us today to give us insight to what is an IGEM and the different approaches to it, which are actually far more aligned than what it initially looks like when you look at it on paper. So thank you for sharing that, sharing your wisdom and sharing your experience. We appreciate it very, very much.
My pleasure.
And may
Thank you very
the witnesses be released.
The witnesses may be released from their summons. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
And Mr Glover did check with our instructing solicitor in relation to any communications from parties with leave, and there were none. That's all for today, Commissioners.
Okay, we'll adjourn. We've got a slightly earlier start tomorrow morning. It's 9:30
I believe
start.
so.
So we'll adjourn now until 9:30 a.m. Canberra time. Thank you.
All rise. Royal Commission has adjourned until